This man is an insanely powerful S-rank hunter. His name is Akabeni Muguru, and he has reached the absolute peak of strength. Despite having the job known as jobless, his greatest goal in life is incredibly simple: to claim the ultimate reward and erase every dungeon from the world. He joined a guild to fight side by side with his comrades, believing it would protect his little sister and help them survive this mission. At least, that's what we all believed. This world has always been cruel to the innocent. I want to see those people pay for what they've done. I can't endure this any longer. Exactly 5 days before the truth was revealed, a colossal dungeon appeared floating above the skies of Tokyo. Muguru Provet. Why he is a living legend. Drawing his sword from a spatial gate, he shot toward the gigantic serpent like a bolt of lightning. Using the momentum, he sprinted up the monster's massive body. Standing face to face with the beast, he gathered an enormous amount of dark lightning magic into the palm of his hand before unleashing a devastating attack, killing the creature with a single strike. The entire guild celebrated this incredible victory, and his beloved little sister, Kana, quickly rushed over to her big brother's side. Muguru's overwhelming power began with a blood-soaked vow made 3 years ago. Back then, his parents sacrificed themselves fighting a pack of wild wolves so he could escape while listening to his father's final scream and his mother's tearful cries. He tightly grabbed Kana's hand and ran, taking on the responsibility of protecting his little sister. No matter the cost, he ran as far as he could, and from that day on, he knew he would never truly be alone because he carried the responsibility of protecting her. That is why he fights. And he thanked the guild for their outstanding teamwork. They set up camp and began discussing why the monsters had stopped appearing on the lower floors. No matter how many times he ate, the hunter still found the rations unbearably bland. But of course, Muguru always looked on the bright side, saying they were highly nutritious. He knew that once they conquered this dungeon, they would never have to live like this again. When all the battles were over, their wish would finally come true. His wish, as a hunter, was to wipe every dungeon from this world forever. The guild members listened intently as he shared his dream. 2 weeks later, the guild, finally, reached the highest floor of the dungeon, where they encountered the final boss, a gigantic and terrifying red dragon. The entire guild bravely stood against it. As the dragon spewed blazing flames, our heroes took the lead, guiding everyone to surround the monster with perfect strategy. The guild members followed his orders and launched a coordinated assault. Muguru noticed the dragon's guard had weakened and its scales were falling off, exposing its weak spot. He raised his sword to strike, but he was caught off guard by a sudden tail swipe that sent him flying. His little sister rushed over and immediately cast healing magic to treat his injuries. This time, Muguru had come dangerously close to death. He thanked his sister for healing him, then ordered the support team to focus on the dragon's eyes, while everyone else continued attacking its neck. After 2 weeks of relentless fighting, he finally understood the true meaning of fighting as a team. Muguru, who had never had comrades he could trust completely, now saw everyone fighting shoulder to shoulder with him. He had never fully trusted anyone except Kana, but at that very moment, he entrusted his very life to them. The fusion of swordsmanship and magic, a skill that only someone jobless like him could master, was his ultimate weapon. Gathering a massive amount of energy into his sword wrapped in crackling lightning, he charged up his ultimate attack and unleashed the decisive slash at the dragon's neck. At last, it seemed the dragon had fallen, but just as Muguru, believing they had succeeded and that the world would finally find peace, a devastating tragedy unfolded. A sword pierced through his chest, and his little sister Kana couldn't stop it in time. Writhing in agony, he wondered why this had happened. Then the red-haired man revealed the cruel truth. They had never considered him a friend. In the end, their beliefs were completely opposed, and he had betrayed Muguru. While Muguru wanted to eliminate every dungeon, the others fiercely opposed the idea, because they didn't want to lose the status they had worked so hard to build, leaving Muguru barely alive on the ground. The traitor explained that by protecting the world, S-rank hunters had earned immense fame and prestige in society. From the moment Muguru declared his intention to end the Age of Dungeons, they had decided he had to die. Muguru understood why they were angry, but he could never understand why they had been so ruthless to Kana. Their motive was painfully simple: to stop her from interfering with their plan. Consumed by rage and hatred down to his very soul because his sister had been killed for such a foolish reason, Muguru heard the hunters mocking his dream of a perfect world, calling it meaningless. The red-haired man concluded that this was the inevitable fate of a jobless man who dared stand against the heroes. Lying in a hospital bed, Muguru knew he had chosen the most worthless job of all. Though branded as jobless, he had worked harder than anyone else, and had become unimaginably powerful. He never imagined he would be mocked in the final moments of his life, feeling like a fool for trusting his comrades. He swore he would never forgive them for murdering Kana. He vowed to personally kill every single traitor. Yet ironically, all of that burning rage ignited a glimmer of hope, and then Muguru suddenly jolted awake in his bed, wondering if everything he had just experienced had been nothing more than a dream. Tears streamed down his face as he remembered every single detail, and he was certain that everything had really happened. He realized he was in a hospital when a nurse walked in to check on his condition. To his utter shock, he realized he had awakened in the body of a young man named Izumi. The doctor advised him to rest and recover over the next week. The teacher wondered why he was in the hospital and noticed that all of his injuries had completely healed. He couldn't understand how things had turned out this way, or why he was living in someone else's body. Then the weight on his heart was lifted when he saw Kana. She called him Muguru, his real name. He was overwhelmed with joy after finding his little sister again and being recognized by her. Kana explained that after they were killed, they had been reincarnated into new bodies hundreds of years in the future. Although Kana looked exactly the same as in her previous life, she had no memories of it whatsoever. In contrast, Muguru had retained all of his memories, but his appearance had changed completely. The original owner of this body was Izumi, a jobless hunter just like Muguru had once been. Muguru had also inherited fragments of the original owner's memories. Kana felt saddened because she thought he had lost his memory and kept asking what had happened to him. She said that these injuries didn't look like they were caused by monsters, which worried her deeply. Muguru apologized to his sister, and Kana was overjoyed to see that he was safe, promised she would come visit him again later. Using this body's memories along with what Kana had just told him, Muguru finally understood the truth. After clearing the Sky Dungeon, Masubara and the other 5 heroes wished to become dungeon lords. Now each of them ruled over their own dungeon and had become enemies of all humanity. Only Muguru and Kana had wished for a peaceful world. The 6 heroes had gained immortality after becoming dungeon lords, allowing them to remain alive even hundreds of years later. Consumed by his burning hatred, Muguru swore he would never forgive them. A few days later, Muguru, wondering what the best way was to enter a dungeon, Kana thought it was ridiculous that her brother wanted to dive into a dungeon right after leaving the hospital. Even so, after everything that had happened, he wanted to grow stronger as quickly as possible, because defeating the 6 traitors who had become dungeon lords would require far more than ordinary strength. Kana urged him to stop and think about why he was pushing himself so hard. Muguru explained that even though he was still jobless, just like in his previous life, with everything unchanged, a worthless job, without a single magic spell or swordsmanship skill, he still had his own way of fighting. He apologized to his sister and declared that even the jobless had their own way of becoming strong. Before Muguru could explain any further, someone appeared and seemed shocked to see that he was still alive. The 2 of them mocked him for being so hard to kill. Kana asked if Muguru knew them. He replied that he did. He remembered. These 2 were the ones who had beaten the previous owner of this body until he was hospitalized. The original owner had also been betrayed inside a dungeon. One of the 2 men who had sent the previous owner of Muguru's body to the hospital threatened him to keep his mouth shut since he still had enough money to keep himself alive a little longer. To repay the owner of this borrowed body, Muguru vowed to avenge him. However, when Muguru asked them to do one thing, the 2 crazed hunters prepared to attack him once again. One of them, a D-rank hunter with massive fists, charged straight at Muguru. As he threw a punch, he roared that an F-rank hunter could never defeat him. But in an instant, Muguru landed the first punch before his enemy could react, leaving him terrified by Muguru's overwhelming strength. As the first man collapsed, the other immediately drew a knife. Refusing to become a laughingstock, he lunged forward with the intent to kill Muguru. At that moment, Muguru realized his current body was far weaker than in his previous life. Even so, thanks to his vast experience, he easily dealt with this insignificant opponent and caught the blade with his bare hand. With terrifying composure, he instantly snatched the weapon from his enemy's hand and snapped the steel blade in half with just 2 fingers. At that very moment, the 2 scumbags were overcome with terror and fled for their lives. Kana stared in shock, wondering, when Muguru had become so incredibly strong, she felt that her brother had become an entirely different person, both in strength and in presence. As for Muguru, he explained that although his physical abilities were weaker than before, he could now cast complex spells with his bare hands. He was certain that if he restored his former stats, he would fulfill his desire for revenge, to raise his stats the right way. He planned to clear countless dungeons scattered across the world. Before defeating the 6 heroes, he needed to make sure he explored many more dungeons. Upon arriving at an E-rank dungeon, Muguru apologized to the hunters, who had been waiting for him. This dungeon's rank was higher than his own, since he was only an F-rank adventurer. Once all the members had gathered, they entered the dungeon, including Kana and Muguru. The other hunters noticed the rank and stats of Muguru and Kana, and shot them hostile looks. After passing through the teleportation gate into a cave, they decided to discuss their battle plan. The party leader, a man with a scar over one eye, picked up a stalagmite, and declared that the reward for the finishing blow would belong to him and his comrades. Arrogant and full of confidence in his own strength, he challenged anyone to object. Just as the party leader was about to discuss the frontline formation, Muguru interrupted him and asked whether the experience points shouldn't be shared equally among the entire party. Kana disliked Muguru's confrontational attitude toward the other hunters, but he stubbornly insisted that he wanted a share of the rewards as well. The party leader shot back, saying that if a party leader like him didn't land the finishing blow, things could become extremely dangerous. He mocked Muguru for not even knowing that, calling him a foolish F-rank nobody. Our hero calmly replied that everything would be fine if they fought carefully. That only made the party leader even angrier. The party leader swung his sword, not to kill Muguru, but to intimidate him. He immediately pointed the tip of his blade at him and shouted that a low-ranked, jobless weakling like Muguru shouldn't get carried away. The party leader's right-hand man stepped in, declaring that inside a dungeon, the boss's word was absolute. According to him, the weak should know their place and keep their mouths shut. Then he placed a hand on Muguru's shoulder, with an intimidating look, and released strange purple flames, but he was immediately stopped by the other members of the party. A young man wearing glasses told Muguru to just go along with them, even if he wanted to earn more experience. Muguru realized this wasn't the right place to argue or start a fight. The party leader carried a massive sword on his back and growled, warning him to watch his mouth. Muguru realized the two hunters, the party leader and his right-hand man, were working together to monopolize all the treasure and experience inside the dungeon. He noticed these spoils were completely different from the rewards provided by the Hunter Association. They were raw materials, obtained directly from the dungeon, and Muguru concluded that these men were consumed by greed. At that moment, the party encountered a pack of wild boars rampaging deep inside the cave. The party leader ordered his subordinates to charge the 7 monsters. The weaker, impatient hunters rushed forward and began attacking the enemies. Meanwhile, the party leader, the scar-eyed hunter, patiently waited for the perfect moment to finish the battle and claim all the rewards. Spoils. His companion then used fire magic to deliver the finishing blows. Muguru watched the scene in disgust, until a wild boar charged straight at him. With lightning-fast reflexes, he unleashed a spell from the palm of his hand as he leaped into the air. As he soared over the wild boar, he released magic directly from his hand. The blast of magic not only killed the monster attacking him, but also swept through and wiped out several others, leaving the party leader completely stunned by such destructive power. However, one wild boar survived and charged at the party leader, its greedy target slashing open his abdomen. At that very moment, the monster attacking the party leader was blown away by Muguru's magic. Standing before him, Muguru ordered him to pick up his own spoils, and the party leader reluctantly obeyed. Even so, he stubbornly tried to save face, arrogantly claiming he would have survived, even without help from a jobless nobody like Muguru. Muguru then suggested that if the party leader didn't even trust his own abilities, he might as well leave the party. Utterly humiliated, the party leader tried to calm the situation, insisting it had only been an accident. The mission continued, but the party leader had clearly begun to fear Muguru's presence and abilities. At the boss room deep within the dungeon, the arrogant party leader began plotting something. He ordered Muguru to stay where he was while the rest of the party, along with his own followers, would go with him. Muguru couldn't figure out what the party leader was planning, but the scar-faced hunter, his right-hand man, still insisted that he obey the order. The party leader smugly told Muguru not to worry, because he would personally take care of the final boss in no time. Then, with utter contempt, he proudly declared that lowly weaklings like Muguru only needed to stand there, watch, and learn. Ignoring the order to stay put, Kana and Muguru decided to move forward anyway. When they reached the boss room, they were met with a horrifying sight. A gigantic creature, resembling a wild boar with razor-sharp tusks, and countless eyes, devouring living creatures alive. The party leader and his followers were blinded by greed and the enormous reward. For defeating the monster, they charged in without hesitation, showing off their swordsmanship and magic, trying to prove their strength to the rest of the party, as well as to Muguru and Kana, who had disobeyed their orders. However, their flashy display of power didn't last long. As the smoke from the fire magic cleared, they realized the monster was still alive. The grotesque creature flashed a cruel grin, then unleashed a devastating attack that tore off one of the party leader's arms, sending him into utter panic. Next, the wild boar boss cast a spell, engulfing his companion in scorching flames. His entire body was consumed by fire. He screamed in agony as the monster seized both of them, preparing to make them its next meal. Paralyzed by terror, they couldn't react, and within moments, they became food for the gigantic beast. Before dying, the greedy party leader broke down in tears and begged for mercy, but it was all in vain. The entire party watched the horrifying scene in terror. Muguru recalled just how unnaturally powerful the monsters in this dungeon were, especially the final boss, which was far beyond the Hunter Association's official ranking standards, leading him to conclude that this was a disguised dungeon, which explained the creature's overwhelming strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Kana prepared themselves for a fierce battle. While the other party members were frozen in fear and had no intention of fighting, Muguru drew his sword and declared that he would defeat the monster himself, an F-rank hunter. The others were left speechless as Muguru knew that because this was a disguised dungeon, the monster was actually C-rank, not E-rank. He ordered all the party members to stay silent as he charged into battle. Power surged throughout his body as he rushed toward the monster at incredible speed, swearing to himself that he would never trust anyone again. Muguru fought the creature alone, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast sword strikes. After his relentless combo attacks, he cast an ice spell from the palm of his hand, straight at the monstrous boar, dealing significant damage. However, the monster with its razor-sharp tusks and countless eyes began casting magic in retaliation. It fired a spell at Muguru, but he dodged it effortlessly and countered with another spell. When his magic hit its target, it triggered a massive explosion, but failed to deal the damage he had expected. Muguru knew he couldn't defeat this cunning monster with a single blow using his current stats. Realizing he couldn't keep fighting like this, he cast another spell while skillfully evading the wild boar's attacks. He leaped into the air to dodge a devastating strike, knowing that he first had to take away the creature's mobility. Watching the battlefield from above, Muguru swung his sword and slashed the wild boar's knee, making it roar in agony. He instantly dashed to its other knee, and followed up with another slash, bringing the monster crashing to the ground. After immobilizing the wild boar, he realized the spell he had cast earlier had created propulsion for his body. He cast another spell toward the ground, and the force launched him high into the air, far above the monster's height. Reaching near the cave ceiling, he channeled his magic and fired it directly at the stalactites. The enormous, ice-like stalactites came crashing down onto the savage wild boar, crushing it to pieces. The monster, pinning its head to the ground with its own body. As Muguru defeated the creature and fulfilled his promise, the entire party stood in stunned silence. A brilliant blue light appeared, and they walked toward it. At that very moment, all of Muguru's stats increased by 5 points. It could be said that experience points were the greatest advantage of being jobless. Kana, his little sister, realized that her brother was no longer the same. Muguru was startled when she vaguely sensed that someone else was inside that body. She begged him not to lie, because there was no way he could have become this strong. In such a short time, she became convinced that he had always been hiding his true strength, and wondered why he had done that if they were friends. Our protagonist realized that she still hadn't discovered his deepest secret. He gently patted her head and said he had been secretly training all this time so he could protect her. Muguru swore to himself that he would never allow the tragedy of his previous life to happen again. Afterwards, he told everyone to leave the dungeon and report everything to the Hunter Association headquarters. They arrived at the Hunter Association's Shizuku branch. The female receptionist couldn't believe that a C-rank dungeon boss had been defeated by a jobless hunter, especially since that boss had wiped out 2 D-rank adventurers. However, Kana insisted that she had witnessed everything with her own eyes. The receptionist found the story absurd and even suggested that the 2 adventurers had probably been backstabbed after defeating the boss. Muguru realized that a lone jobless hunter defeating a dungeon boss was something the association would never readily believe. Kana shouted that they would never do something like that, and demanded that the association investigate the truth. Izumi Muguru explained that the hunters had lost their lives simply because they let their guard down for a single moment inside the dungeon. He bluntly expressed his opinion that the receptionists were belittling the deaths of those 2 hunters. Ashamed, the receptionists immediately apologized and said they hadn't meant it that way. Muguru then challenged them to imagine how hard the hunters had fought to defeat that monster if they still doubted his story. Afterwards, Izumi Muguru left the building and coincidentally crossed paths with the Hunter Association's branch chief. The branch chief stared intently at the young man with a strange look in his eyes. Meanwhile, the receptionist tried to get his attention. Although the branch chief seemed to recognize Izumi, Izumi himself wondered who the man was. As for Kana, she wondered whether it was really okay to leave the branch like that, but Izumi didn't care about taking credit for what he had done. At that moment, Kana realized he was still the same Izumi Muguru she had always known, bringing back memories of when they had been next-door neighbors. Later, while lying on his bed, Izumi picked up a modern smartphone and realized how far technology had advanced compared to his own era. Suddenly, he received a breaking news alert. Masubara was about to arrive in Japan. The moment he remembered that man's face, the rage inside Izumi burned even hotter, yet he also felt excited at the thought of meeting him again. Meanwhile, in China, Masubara received news that the other dungeon lords had begun to stagnate. After hundreds of years, he felt that the time had finally come. His steward anxiously advised him to be extremely cautious before leaving, but Masubara, overflowing with confidence, insisted that nothing could possibly go wrong. Masubara, one of the 6 heroes, then reassured his steward that he would handle everything during his absence. Hundreds of years ago, Masubara became the master of an S-rank dungeon and used his power to conquer all of China. Now, to continue expanding his territory, he needed to conquer Japan before the other heroes defeated him and took everything that belonged to him. Once settled inside the vehicle, he ordered his troops to assemble immediately and threatened his subordinate if he dared to mess things up. Back at the Hunter Association, Izumi Muguru was trying to recruit new party members, but he faced countless difficulties. His F-rank status and the label of being jobless were major obstacles to recruiting anyone. As an adventurer, he had no choice but to clear dungeons and build his reputation. And in order to find better dungeons, no matter how difficult it was, he first had to escape F-rank. Kana asked how he was supposed to rank up if he couldn't even accept dungeon-clearing missions. While his little sister complained about this unfair system, the branch chief suddenly appeared. After hearing their complaints, the branch chief showed understanding and apologized for his staff's shortcomings. Then, he informed Izumi that he could take a special promotion exam. He explained that every month, a hunter skill qualification test was held at the underground facility, allowing hunters to rank up more easily if they passed. Although it was an extremely difficult exam, he still encouraged Muguru to give it a try, because even if he failed, he could always retake it or fulfill the normal requirements to rank up the usual way. Realizing that although the pass rate was extremely low, he had nothing to lose by trying, Izumi decided to accept. One of the branch chief's staff members asked why he had recommended that special exam when no one had ever passed it before. In response, the branch chief declared that Izumi Muguru might become the first person to clear the test. 3 days later, Izumi Muguru entered the Hunter Association's underground facility with the other hunters. The exam seemed simple. The objective was to defeat the monsters that would appear in the chamber. These monsters were created from the magic power of dungeon magic stones. They could feel pain when struck, but they would never die, even from fatal blows. If the hunters defeated them, the monsters would turn to dust and disappear. After finishing the explanation, the examiner asked who wanted to go first. At that moment, a knight clad in full plate armor stepped forward as the first challenger. As he approached the magic stone, a gigantic green serpent burst out of it. The knight let out a battle cry and swung his sword with tremendous force, completely confident of victory. However, the monster's scales were too tough for his blade to pierce. Then, In a single lightning-fast motion, the giant serpent charged forward and slammed the knight into the wall. The other hunters were stunned by the defeat of one of the strongest warriors present. They believed victory was impossible, because it was an A-rank monster. Right after that, the examiner asked if there were any other volunteers, and Izumi Muguru raised his hand, leaving all the adventurers and his little sister Kana speechless. He confidently stepped into the arena. Weapon in hand, he faced a massive white lion and charged straight at it. At that instant, the monster formed a fireball inside its mouth. Muguru dodged the blazing flames, and the moment he landed, a ferocious claw swipe came straight at him. He reacted with lightning-fast reflexes, using his sword to block the giant lion's claws, because he knew full well that even a single scratch would mean the end of the test. This monster possessed terrifying strength and speed. However, Izumi Muguru knew exactly how to deal with it, and charged forward without hesitation, sword in hand. After delivering a powerful slash to the beast's leg, the lion furiously unleashed another stream of flames at Izumi. Muguru immediately activated his mystic eye, allowing him to see through his opponent's weaknesses. Ever since conquering the previous dungeon, his stats had increased dramatically, allowing him to unleash even more spectacular physical techniques than ever before. With only the sword in his hand, he unleashed a flurry of slashes that tore through the magical flames, dispelling them with unbelievable ease. Thanks to his enhanced movement speed, Muguru could now evade effortlessly, move wherever he wanted in an instant. Just as the giant lion prepared to unleash another fireball, Muguru condensed purple mana into the palm of his hand. He could do this thanks to a unique ability of his jobless class. The more his stats increased, the more versatile he became. He then fired the surge of mana from his hand, clashing head-on with the lion's flames, overpowering them in an instant. A massive magical explosion erupted from the collision, and Izumi Muguru walked out of the exam as the victor. A few minutes later, he received a hunter license with rank 1. Kana, his little sister, burst into tears of joy, seeing her brother pass the special exam. In the end, Muguru was the first and only person to pass. However, our protagonist had no idea that someone else had also passed. He had fallen for the branch chief's lie. Suddenly, several men in black suits and sunglasses approached after recognizing Izumi Muguru and asked him to come with them. Muguru bluntly replied that he had never met them before. Kana was visibly frightened and anxiously begged him to come home as soon as possible, reassuring his little sister that he would return the moment he could. He handed her a protective charm. His little sister couldn't accept it. She broke into tears and begged him not to go. After a suspicious car ride, they brought him to a highly suspicious underground facility, then stopped in front of a large door. The moment it opened, Izumi asked why they had brought him there. An old man with a long beard burst into laughter, saying that the reason wasn't all that important. He then opened a briefcase stuffed with cash, revealing his intention to sponsor our protagonist. The old man's subordinate had witnessed Muguru during the special exam, and Muguru saw millions of yen laid out before him. Right afterward, the old man offered him 100 million yen per month. His proposal was for Izumi to become a personal bodyguard. The old man further explained. He explained that they represented a large-scale organization, providing all kinds of services. Muguru quickly realized the old man wouldn't say another word unless he accepted the money. To carry out his revenge against the 6 heroes, Muguru needed time, and above all, money. He needed money more than anything else, but he absolutely refused to let someone else pull his strings. Our hero turned his back and clearly declared that he couldn't accept the sponsorship. However, the door remained tightly locked, and the henchman declared that once he rejected the offer, he would never leave this place alive. One of the old man's subordinates charged in with a punch, which looked painfully slow to Izumi Muguru. Yet, to his surprise, the punch landed squarely in his stomach, leaving him stunned by its unbelievable power and precision. The subordinate explained that the oxygen level in the room had been reduced. He boasted that the hallway outside had a normal oxygen supply, but this special room did not. He added that no one could breathe properly here, unless they possessed a magical golden ring, because it was a magic artifact. Our protagonist finally understood why they had brought him to this place. He got back to his feet, realizing he had been trapped. Even so, he declared that all they had done was slow him down a little, and he was still more than capable of fighting. His enemy mocked him as a stubborn fool who was about to die without realizing it. But this time, our protagonist landed a devastating punch squarely on his opponent's face. Everyone was left speechless. And another thug grabbed a dagger and lunged at Muguru. With his senses weakened, he decided not to get too close and instead kicked the knife-wielding thug. Fighting while thinking several steps ahead, he finished his enemy with a follow-up punch immediately after the kick. The remaining thugs all charged at Izumi at once. In the end, our protagonist defeated all three in just a matter of seconds. Even if they were weak, the gang leader never expected him to defeat a total of 6 opponents. After all, they were no match for him. The man then removed his coat, revealing a heavily muscular body. Consumed by uncontrollable rage, he grabbed a massive axe as veins bulged across his body. He slammed the gigantic axe into the ground, and our protagonist dodged to the side. Muguru realized that the berserker class sacrificed intelligence and speed in exchange for overwhelming strength. On an enormous scale, he had once encountered an incredibly powerful berserker in his previous life, and in this case, he actually pitied his opponent. Our hero used the wall to propel himself away, effortlessly, avoiding the enemy's powerful but painfully predictable attacks. He knew the greatest weakness of a berserker was their extremely low magic resistance. That man could never compare to a jobless hunter enhanced in both mobility and magical firepower. Muguru then unleashed an immensely powerful spell aimed directly at his enraged opponent, whose entire body burned with fury. The attack struck him head-on, dealing massive damage, and the brute collapsed to the ground. The only downside was the amount of mana Muguru had consumed. The old man then congratulated him, saying he had long expected to witness such a performance from a hunter as fascinating as him. Even though he had exceeded all of the old man's expectations, our protagonist was already fed up with all this trouble. He ordered the old man to open the door immediately. Contrary to Muguru's expectations, the strange old man still refused to open it. Instead, he revealed that Izumi also had a weakness, then showed him surveillance footage of Kana. With her mouth gagged, Muguru immediately realized that they had followed his little sister all the way home. Realizing the old man's reckless subordinates had gone too far, Muguru felt his rage erupt violently as he saw the old man's thugs, standing around Kana, were surrounding his little sister, who was desperately crying and pleading for help. Seeing her beg for someone to save her shook him to his core, and he didn't know how to react. The henchmen arrogantly declared that they had received orders from their boss to do whatever they pleased, so they intended to make full use of Kana's presence. As they attempted to assault her, she screamed for them to stop. However, Kana quickly activated a magic circle, blasting her attackers away and managing to free herself from the ropes. She then fought back against her enemies, as she noticed the protective charm her brother had given her. At that very moment, she realized Muguru Izumi had saved her life. The old man was astonished, wondering what had just happened. As he watched the girl free herself and defeat all of his thugs, Muguru revealed that he had anticipated a situation like this, so he had crafted a charm using materials obtained from a disguised dungeon. He explained that magic items forged from these special stones could be activated remotely, because he had created a device that would automatically trigger the charm whenever Kana was in danger. He proudly declared that the charm was just as effective as an item crafted by a professional alchemist, and for someone jobless like him, creating a cheap imitation was an easy task. After this tense confrontation, the old man finally opened the door for Muguru. Before leaving, the young hunter questioned the old man about why he had targeted him. When the eccentric man answered that it had only been a test, Muguru pressed him with a more direct question. Why choose a hunter who was already struggling and only wanted to live an honest life like him? The old man replied that he needed more powerful people and was recruiting hunters for a certain individual. When Muguru demanded to know who that individual was, he pointed his sword directly at the old man and demanded that he reveal the truth immediately. The old man finally revealed the truth, admitting that the person was none other than the former hero, Masubara Miyoshi. Muguru asked why Masubara was gathering a fighting force like this. Terrified and under threat, the old man desperately confessed that he truly didn't know the reason. At that very moment, Muguru understood the situation and ordered the old man never to lay a finger on Kana or bother either of them ever again. To make sure the lesson would never be forgotten, he left a small slash across the old man's face before turning and walking out the door. As soon as he got home, Muguru anxiously asked Kana if she was all right. She quietly threw her arms around her brother and assured him she wasn't hurt. In return, Muguru apologized for leaving his little sister home alone and for relying solely on the protective charm to keep her safe. Kana asked whether he would report the incident to the police. However, Muguru explained that once Masubara was involved, even the police would be powerless. Kana was stunned to learn that one of the famous 6 heroes was connected to all of this. Her brother then told Kana to pack her belongings because they had to move. Living alone was far too dangerous. He insisted that they had to relocate immediately, and until they found a new place, she could stay with him. Kana felt flustered by the situation, but then she pointed out that he only had one double bed. Muguru casually reassured her that there was nothing wrong with his little sister staying over, because he cared deeply about Kana, and family living together was only natural. The young girl accepted his offer without hesitation, happy to stay by his side. Meanwhile, after arriving at the old man's headquarters, the former hero, Masubara Miyoshi, became absolutely furious when he learned his subordinates had been defeated. The old man dropped to his knees and apologized for failing to recruit the hunter. Enraged by the failure, Masubara grabbed the old man by the hair and demanded the hunter's identity. The old man revealed that his name was Izumi Muguru, an unknown hunter. However, the moment he heard that name, the former hero seemed to remember something and threw the old man to the floor. Masubara, also known as the Dungeon Lord, remembered Muguru. He recalled hearing that the man possessed absurd strength and belonged to the jobless class. Normally, he would have taken action himself, but this time, he decided to investigate Muguru thoroughly and learn everything about him by any means necessary. The next morning, Kana woke up on the double bed beside Muguru and tried to wake him. Seeing that he was still asleep, she put on her shoes and went outside. The moment she opened the door, she noticed a strange, purple aura of mana floating in the air. Muguru woke up, and the instant he saw the mana, he couldn't believe that a dungeon gate had appeared right here. Judging by its magical energy, it was most likely a C-rank dungeon. He told Kana to stay inside until he returned, but she refused, insisting that he couldn't go alone. Seeing how determined Kana was to come along, Muguru reluctantly agreed, and the two entered the dungeon together. Sometime later, they defeated the monsters inside. However, Kana realized she hadn't been of any help despite coming with Muguru. Then, he asked her to use Abyss Magic, a legendary ability capable of reducing all of a target's stats. Without confidence, Kana said there was no way she could use such a powerful spell. After all, the only hero who had ever mastered the Abyss was the Kana. From hundreds of years ago, the legendary brave priestess, while she was just an ordinary priest, and the gap between them seemed impossible to bridge. However, seeing that his little sister had lost her memories, Izumi believed he could help her recover them. Suddenly, a dog-like monster appeared, catching them off guard. Meanwhile, Izumi declared that someone besides the Kana of the past could also wield that power. He quickly cast a binding spell to restrain the monster and finished it off with a single strike, with a perfectly timed kick. He then explained to his sister that the greatest advantage of the jobless class was the freedom to do virtually anything, even if it was only a weaker version of the original heroine. Kana was still capable of using abyss magic. Kana, who had never realized just how versatile her brother's class was, suddenly felt inspired. Izumi encouraged her to keep going, saying that she could do it too. However, Kana kept putting herself down, believing she simply wasn't capable enough, and insisting that Izumi was the truly special one. Izumi patiently explained that all she needed to do was imagine the desired result and gather the necessary elements. Once a technique had been engraved into the soul, it couldn't be forgotten so easily. He firmly believed she had already mastered the basics. She only needed to trust herself and keep trying. He suggested that perhaps she didn't need to create a complicated incantation, but could instead combine several simple ones together. Just as Izumi warned his sister that a few wild dogs were approaching, Kana opened her eyes, focused with all her might, and cast abyss magic. A blue sphere of energy trapped all 3 dogs in place. She could hardly believe she had actually succeeded. Izumi congratulated her, then took the opportunity to offer to teach her enhancement and adjustment magic. Kana thought the idea was completely crazy, because those spells were famously difficult, yet she decided to give them a try right then and there. The dungeon boss, a gigantic hound, suddenly appeared. It charged toward them, but Izumi swiftly dodged to the side. The second spell, Kana learned from Izumi, was enhancement magic, similar to abyss magic, except it boosted stats. Instead of lowering them, she cast the spell on Izumi. He immediately became much faster. His entire body was enveloped in a brilliant light. As he closed in on the giant hound, Izumi placed his hand on the ground and cast a fire spell. Flames erupted and completely engulfed the monster, and it was defeated instantly. Kana finally realized that she could actually be of help to Izumi, and together they made an incredible team. The jobless hunter was also surprised that the battle had been far easier than he had expected, all thanks to her support. The only thing that bothered him was Kana's stats. They should have increased after clearing the dungeon, yet they hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, a surge of energy appeared before them, resembling a gateway that also served as the exit. Kana had never seen anything like it, but Izumi quickly figured out that it was most likely a double dungeon, an extremely rare phenomenon, where one dungeon exists inside another dungeon. He explained that the mana inside the second dungeon was much denser, meaning the monsters would be far stronger. It was probably a B-rank dungeon, and if they failed to clear it, they wouldn't receive any rewards. However, Kana viewed a B-rank dungeon as a natural disaster as devastating as a meteor strike. She believed the situation was far too dangerous, even for Izumi, and urged him to leave. But Izumi had complete faith in Kana's support magic, and was certain they could conquer this second dungeon. So Izumi stepped through the newly formed gate, but something completely unexpected happened. A massive chasm split open between them, leaving Izumi terrified for Kana. He desperately reached for her as enormous boulders came crashing down all around them. He cried out in despair, fearing Kana had been buried alive and crushed beneath the rubble. He frantically began punching through the massive rocks, determined to save his little sister no matter what. Amid the pile of debris, he found Kana, still alive and calling for help. Though trapped beneath several rocks, she remained conscious, and Izumi quickly pulled her free. Kana explained that she had survived, thanks to the enhancement magic he had taught her. Even though the ordeal had been absolutely terrifying, after embracing her in relief, Izumi was overjoyed that he had taught her that enhancement spell, the very thing that had saved her life. He found the sudden cave-in extremely suspicious and suspected it had been caused by someone's magic. Uneasy, he wondered if someone else was watching them inside the dungeon. Even though it seemed impossible, the two of them stepped through the gate into the second dungeon, just as he had expected. This dungeon was far more dangerous than the previous one. Izumi silently felt grateful that he had taught Kana those spells, because thanks to her, his stats had increased dramatically. Even so, he knew he still hadn't reached the level needed to take revenge on the 6 heroes. Kana noticed that something seemed to be troubling him, but Izumi lit, saying he was simply excited about the rewards they would receive after clearing the dungeon. After that, they headed straight for the boss room, where he believed they could easily prevail as long as the two siblings fought side by side. Finally, as they opened the boss room door, they came face to face with a 3-headed hound, Cerberus. The ferocious 3-headed beast charged at them, ready to unleash deadly magical attacks. Izumi Muguru, our hero, told Kana to cast protective magic on him. She immediately cast 2 support spells on him. Then he rushed straight toward the monstrous hound. After dodging its first attack, Muguru leaped onto the giant Cerberus, standing directly before all 3 of its heads. He narrowly avoided being shredded by its massive claws, retreating just in time to dodge the strike. As expected of a B-rank boss, the creature still managed to leave a scratch across his face. Even after realizing how powerful his enemy was, Muguru refused to give up, and continued dodging its relentless attacks. He thought to himself that even wolves with the toughest hides had to have a weak spot, such as the throat. Muguru drew his dagger and hurled it, but the creature bit it apart, destroying his weapon. Realizing how incredibly fast Cerberus's reflexes were, he concluded that he needed to move, even faster than the monster itself. Despite acknowledging his enemy's overwhelming strength, Izumi knew he could defeat it with Kana's support magic. He recalled that anyone who wanted to become a hunter had to master at least one natural element, or the powers of light and darkness. However, thanks to his jobless class, he possessed the rare ability to wield every single element, channeling mana and every element into his body. Muguru charged straight at Cerberus, effortlessly dodging all of its attacks. Through precise manipulation, he combined earth and wind magic to generate plasma energy. Preparing to strike the monster, he unleashed 2 devastating plasma slashes that sliced off all 3 of Cerberus's heads at once. With a single attack, he defeated the dungeon boss, bringing it crashing down as it was completely annihilated. His stats increased, and he received a reward, a special pass that allowed him to repeatedly enter C-rank dungeons. Izumi Muguru claimed he had suffered nothing more than a few scratches, while secretly hiding the pass so Kana wouldn't notice it. Right behind him, a masked observer had watched the entire battle and concluded that Izumi Muguru was far stronger than he had imagined. The man was a mercenary reporting to Masubara, who had hired him to investigate the young hunter. He reported that Muguru was extraordinarily talented, having cleared a double dungeon created by the former hero all by himself. An ordinary jobless hunter would never possess the skills needed to survive a place like that. The mercenary concluded that Muguru seemed remarkably experienced, proving he had endured countless life and death battles despite his young age. He was convinced the boy had everything it took to rise to A rank. However, he also had one glaring weakness. If Masubara knew how to exploit it, Muguru would become weaker than even an E-rank hunter. The dungeon lord smiled with satisfaction. He realized that investigating the protagonist had been an incredibly wise decision. Afterward, the mercenary received a briefcase filled with far more money than they had originally agreed upon. Part of it was payment for completing the mission, and the rest was an advance for his next assignment. He learned they were paying him to eliminate Muguru and considered it an easy job because he was none other than Saito, the legendary A-rank hunter. Masubara handed him a legendary sword. The mercenary paused for a moment before accepting it. In the end, he accepted the mission and the sword with a sinister smile. Meanwhile, back at home, Izumi Muguru had never seen a dungeon pass before. He wondered how this magical item worked, the one he still hadn't shown to his little sister. With his current strength, a C-rank dungeon would be far too easy. He focused his mana and activated the item to see how it worked. In an instant, he was teleported to an island unlike any dungeon he had ever seen. There wasn't even an exit in sight, and he wouldn't be able to leave until he defeated the boss. A message appeared, announcing that his first daily quest had begun, requiring him to defeat a total of 100 monsters. Muguru was shocked as a massive horde charged toward him. He knew this battle would drain a lot of his stamina. He began wiping out every monster on the island, including gigantic crabs. Within a short time, he had defeated the required number of monsters and completed the daily quest. However, just as exhaustion set in, a far greater threat emerged from beneath the ground. The earth split apart, revealing a monster far stronger than any enemy he had faced before. A gigantic lobster covered in a rock-hard shell. Clearly, it was the dungeon boss, but in the end, it was still only a C-rank boss. With his current strength, it posed no real challenge. He unleashed an incredibly powerful fire spell. Muguru released it like a raging inferno, blasting the giant lobster away. His reward was another dungeon pass and a potion that fully restored his stamina. Unlike ordinary dungeons, which would increase your stats after being cleared, he took the potion, as his body dissolved into countless particles of light and left the dungeon, returning home, where Kana was still peacefully asleep, completely unaware that her brother had ever left. What's more, the dungeon pass didn't disappear after being used. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, everyone was astonished by the appearance of Muguru, though he had no idea why. Kana explained that he was jobless, yet had passed the special exam. Everyone found that incredibly fascinating. Then something happened that our protagonist never expected. The two siblings were assigned a special mission, to find Saito and enter a dungeon together. Saito had been searching for Muguru, and the prominent receptionist guest that he had caught everyone's attention during the special exam. Our hero accepted the mission because Saito wanted to speak with him. A short while later, Izumi Muguru met Saito. He greeted Muguru and acknowledged his strength. The other two party members were only there to meet the minimum team requirement for the reward, so they barely contributed. Meanwhile, Muguru and Saito fought side by side against the dungeon monsters. During the battle, Muguru remarked that Saito held the second highest rank, surpassed only by the 6 heroes. At that very moment, a giant lizard tried to attack him, but our hero instantly incinerated it. Saito watched the scene and realized just how powerful Muguru was, confirming every rumor he had heard. Now that he had seen it with his own eyes, he fully understood Muguru's true strength. With a sinister smile, Saito thought to himself that someone this strong could easily clear the entire dungeon alone. After that, he told Muguru that he and the others would handle collecting all the loot so they wouldn't attract attention. Muguru failed to see Saito's true intentions. Instead, he felt grateful, because having another hunter in the party granted bonus experience. An A-rank hunter in the party. As they continued clearing the dungeon monsters, Muguru asked Saito why he wanted him. The elite hunter smiled mysteriously, drew a special sword, and in a flash, charged straight at our protagonist. Betraying Muguru, Saito revealed that his true mission was to kill him. Our hero, with lightning-fast reflexes, dodged to the side, avoiding the fatal blow without a scratch. The other party members were stunned by their leader's actions as he coldly ordered everyone to stay silent. Saito then slashed one of them across the leg, regretting that he hadn't eliminated these minor nuisances earlier. Without the slightest mercy, he massacred the remaining party members, declaring that he didn't have time to waste because he needed to eliminate Muguru as quickly as possible. With terrifying killing intent, Saito charged again, prompting Muguru to instinctively protect Kana and tell his sister to stay back while he handled the fight alone. Realizing just how serious the situation was, Muguru thought to himself that he had never faced such a desperate life-or-death battle before. Alone against his enemy, he poured all his strength into his fist and attacked. He knew that battles like this were inevitable on his path to revenge, and, holding his head high, he unleashed a blast of purple magic toward Saito, creating a massive mana explosion. However, to his shock, the villain walked out of the smoke completely unharmed. Saito calmly lit a cigarette and said he had nothing against Muguru, explaining that he was simply carrying out Masubara's orders. He told Muguru not to take it personally, then rushed forward with a series of perfectly precise sword strikes. During the deadly battle, Saito revealed that Masubara had taken a special interest in Muguru, apparently because he found Muguru's rapidly growing strength increasingly threatening. Suddenly, Saito vanished and reappeared in an instant. He drove a powerful kick straight into Muguru's stomach, an attack he never saw coming. Our hero couldn't react in time, and was knocked to the ground in a weakened state. The exhaustion that had built up throughout the battle was now holding him back, and he finally understood why Saito had let him deal with all the monsters until this very moment. Even while completely exhausted, Muguru swore to himself that he absolutely couldn't die here, because he still had to protect his little sister, Kana. He refused to relive those painful memories of the past or let that tragedy happen again. So he focused on the present and awakened an extraordinary power within himself. He charged forward at terrifying speed, forcing Saito onto the defensive. Muguru executed a series of lightning-fast movements, appearing behind his enemy in the blink of an eye. Stunned, Saito tried to counterattack, but our hero was even faster, landing a crushing punch that sent him flying. It became clear the young hunter was growing stronger with every passing moment. Saito revealed that he had already prepared for this situation, because he had anticipated such a possibility. In a desperate move, he seized Kana and pressed his sword against her throat. Saito knew very well that Kana was Muguru's greatest weakness, so he ordered him to obey. If he didn't want his little sister to die, in that situation, Kana would be killed before he could eliminate his target. Muguru was left unsure of what to do. On top of that, he was completely exhausted, dulling both his mind and his strength. Taking out the magic potion, he decided to bet everything on it. If he could return to peak condition, he was certain he'd become faster and stronger than his enemy. The moment he drank the golden potion, his body responded perfectly, and his speed increased dramatically. With a perfectly timed kick, Muguru knocked Saito's sword flying, disarming him completely. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right behind his enemy. Our hero declared that Saito should never underestimate him now that he had regained his full strength. Turning the tables, Muguru unleashed a spell straight at Saito's head, finishing him off. Kana let out a sigh of relief and began casting healing magic to save the party members, who had been attacked by Saito. She confirmed they were still breathing, and needed to be taken to the hospital immediately. Muguru wondered whether they should leave right away or clear the dungeon before heading for the exit. After all, clearing the remaining area would only take a moment. With the special sword he had taken from his enemy, he had sensed a strange energy when Saito wielded it, but now it was completely gone. Entering the boss room, he encountered a giant lizard with crystal horns on its head. Not wanting to waste time on the creature, he swung his sword once, slicing it clean in half. After defeating the monster, he gained an additional 50 points to every stat. After the battle, Izumi Muguru not only obtained the mission badge, but also noticed a strange mark that had appeared on the palm of his hand, wondering what it meant. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association receptionists could hardly believe their eyes, shocked by the idea that a monster could defeat an A-rank hunter as powerful as Saito. In response to their doubts, Muguru calmly replied that Hunters dying in dungeons was nothing unusual. After thinking it over for a long time, Muguru decided to keep the truth about Saito's death a secret, fabricating a story that matched the testimonies of the two survivors. However, the association staff still found it hard to believe because Saito was famous for his overwhelming strength and exceptional talent. He had single-handedly cleared countless dungeons, and had even claimed victory in the prestigious Dragon King Festival, where hunters competed against one another. As the receptionist stubbornly insisted, Muguru released a burst of killing intent that frightened her into reluctantly considering the possibility that someone in the party had stabbed Saito in the back. To stop the accusations from escalating, Izumi Muguru questioned why she had reached that conclusion, asking whether she had any evidence. Did she truly believe that anyone in the party had the courage to do such a thing? Completely intimidated, the young receptionist hurriedly apologized, because even she believed that anyone powerful enough to defeat Saito was beyond imagination. Recalling the spell Muguru had used to defeat the A-rank hunter, he claimed he was exhausted and left together with Kana. She wanted to tell the truth, but he stopped her because he believed involving the police would only make the situation even messier. When Kana asked why, he insisted on staying silent. He lied, saying that Saito's death was entirely the hunter's own fault, and Muguru had nothing to feel responsible for. The dungeon disappeared after being completely cleared, leaving no evidence behind for the police to investigate. However, the real reason he hid the truth from the association was that Muguru didn't want to attract any more unwanted attention. He had already stood out because of the promotion exam, and Masubara had been watching him from the very beginning. At this point, Muguru wanted nothing more than to avoid trouble, so he could focus entirely on his revenge. Suddenly, Muguru was struck by a severe headache and intense dizziness. This left Kana deeply worried. Afterward, he lay down to rest and took some medicine. Muguru believed that these symptoms were the direct consequence of taking a person's life. He had never killed anyone before, and at that moment, he had no other choice. He had never felt so miserable, realizing this was the terrible price of taking another person's life. Even so, he knew he had to face this reality because his next goal was to eliminate the 6 heroes. Soon afterward, Kana brought him a bowl of soup because Muguru couldn't take his medicine on an empty stomach. He thanked his little sister and ate the soup, which helped him recover. Feeling his body return to normal, Muguru realized that Kana hadn't changed at all, and still possessed every quality of a top-class healer. He guessed that, deep within her subconscious, she had already mastered it, some kind of healing spell into the soup she had just prepared. She quickly realized that her brother killing Saito was weighing heavily on his conscience, so she comforted him, saying that he had only been protecting everyone, and that none of it was his fault, so he shouldn't blame himself. Muguru didn't want his little sister to worry, but Kana's support meant everything to him. Just then, Kana noticed the strange mark on Muguru's palm, which he explained had appeared on its own. Suddenly, he realized the mark seemed fainter than the last time he had seen it. Meanwhile, Masubara felt guilty for dragging Saito into all of this. After all, he had been Masubara's most trusted right-hand man. Thanks to Saito, Masubara had built an unshakable foundation in Japan, surpassing the other heroes. Among all the mercenaries available in Japan, Saito was undoubtedly the strongest. The fact that Izumi Muguru had managed to kill him forced Masubara to question Muguru's true identity. He didn't care who Muguru really was. He only knew he couldn't leave him alive, because the boy had become a genuine threat. Masubara also considered the possibility that Saito had told Muguru he was the mastermind behind everything. Before the situation spiraled out of control, Masubara decided to eliminate our protagonist, just as he had done to that person hundreds of years ago. Meanwhile, Muguru woke up and noticed that the mark on his hand had disappeared, leaving him completely bewildered. Kana also woke up and asked whether he was feeling better. Muguru replied that he was fine. Knowing that Kana still lacked the experience to protect herself, Muguru wondered whether he should take her with him today. Picking up the dungeon pass, he told his sister to come with him for a while. Kana was surprised by the sudden change, and asked what was going on. When she saw her brother inviting her into a dungeon, she thought he was still far too sick to fight again the very next day, but Muguru explained that the one fighting wouldn't be him, it would be her. The two were transported inside, and Muguru began training his sister so she could survive on her own. She had to overcome countless hardships just to stay alive. After an entire day of intense magical training, she was completely exhausted. Even so, Kana managed to complete the dungeon system's daily quest. As her reward, she received a death prevention charm and a B-rank dungeon pass. When Meguru saw the two rewards Kana had obtained, he was thrilled, especially by the charm, which could instantly nullify a fatal attack. Meguru was certain this item would prove invaluable in the future. Soon afterward, when Meguru and Kana returned to the Hunter Association, they were informed that the branch chief wanted to speak with them. Without beating around the bush, he revealed that he knew Meguru had killed Saito, an A-rank hunter. The branch chief believed that no dungeon monster could possibly have killed Saito, and with countless dark rumors spreading about what had really happened to him, he naturally became suspicious of our protagonist. However, the branch chief didn't believe Meguru had ambushed Saito. On the contrary, he believed Saito had attacked first. Furthermore, the incident proved that Meguru was strong enough to possess extraordinary talent capable of overcoming the gap between ranks. Kana immediately interrupted and insisted that the branch chief was exaggerating, because Meguru was only a low-ranking jobless hunter. There was no way he could accomplish something so unbelievable. However, the branch chief revealed that he had once heard stories about a legendary, jobless hero who had existed hundreds of years ago, and he suspected Meguru might be that hero's successor. Even so, he admitted it wouldn't be surprising if there happened to be another jobless with such terrifying power. Meguru realized how perceptive the branch chief truly was. It seemed he didn't really care whether Saito had been killed or not. If Meguru truly was strong enough to accomplish such a feat, he wanted to make a special request of him. The mission he mentioned was located in a region under the jurisdiction of the Siberian Hunter Association. The request was for Meguru to help the neighboring association clear a newly appeared dungeon. At present, the highest ranked dungeon was A rank, and the local association was gathering its strongest hunters to deal with it. Even so, they remained extremely cautious and had specifically requested Meguru to join the team. Kana, who was also assigned to the mission, was excited to be part of the main team, since so many people would be taking part in the operation. Against the A-rank dungeon, her teacher reassured Kana that she would be fine. Afterward, the two apologized to the other team members who had been waiting. A group of 3 women welcomed the new reinforcements. The female knight, Nozomi Sakuragi, expressed her opinion that they should have handled the situation themselves, because she believed the association's intervention was unnecessary. However, the mage, Mihara, and the warrior Umichi disagreed with her. They were quite pleased to see the reinforcements arrive. Nozomi then asked them not to get in her way, and questioned them in detail about the rank and hunter class of each member. Kana answered that she was a D-rank priest, while Meguru revealed that he too was only a D-rank jobless hunter. Realizing that both of them were low-ranked, the female knight declared that they could rely on her abilities. She also added that Muguru's jobless class would be of no use no matter how skilled he was. Stepping closer to Meguru, Nozomi warned him that if he let his guard down, he would be the first to die in the dungeon. However, the mage Mihara believed Nozomi had gone too far, as her advice sounded more like a threat than genuine concern. Faced with this tense situation, Kana immediately moved closer to Meguru. As for the knight, Nozomi, she knew that overestimating your own abilities could lead to a tragic end, and if that happened, the pain wouldn't fall only upon the person involved, but also on everyone who cared about them. That was exactly why Nozomi spoke up, out of concern for our hero's life. Meguru and Kana also noticed a storm approaching, a sign that things were about to get much worse. Our hero immediately offered words of reassurance, encouraging Kana to keep moving forward. He assured her that she was strong, and that everything would be all right. She only needed to trust him instead of worrying about what the others said. The moment they entered the dungeon, they encountered a fearsome minotaur. The warrior, Umichi, didn't hesitate to charge at the creature with his massive axe, delivering a devastating blow. The strike knocked the minotaur to the ground, and the mage Mihara immediately followed up with a powerful fire spell. Finally, Nozomi rushed in with her sword and finished off the gigantic beast. The mage Mihara remarked that this A-rank dungeon didn't seem much different from a B-rank one. Although the monsters were tougher, they still had the situation under control, and only needed to maintain their formation to win. As they moved toward the next monster, they realized that the supposedly weak reinforcements, Meguru and Kana, had followed them all the way here. The girls immediately pushed Meguru and Kana to the rear as several minotaurs began appearing, making the situation increasingly dangerous. Even the veteran hunters started retreating, overwhelmed by the sheer number of minotaurs. The pink-haired girl, Nozomi believed they could no longer hold the line. However, Muguru and his little sister Kana prepared themselves for battle as our hero launched a powerful kick, following it up with a precise slash, straight through one of the minotaurs, defeating it in the blink of an eye. The other members of the party hadn't expected such an incredible performance from the reinforcements, and were deeply impressed. Nozomi, who had previously looked down on him as weak, was even more astonished, and couldn't comprehend what had just happened. The mage, Mihara warned Nozomi that something was charging at her from behind, and the female knight nearly got hit by an attack from two minotaurs. However, a magical barrier appeared beneath her, saving her from a fatal blow. It was a spell cast by Muguru. After being saved without a scratch, Nozomi finally realized Muguru's true strength. The female knight then sincerely apologized for her earlier words, admitting that she had misjudged both of them solely because of their class and rank. However, Kana didn't really care about the apology, because, in her eyes, being a hunter meant constantly walking the line between life and death. Muguru believed Nozomi had only tried to push them away out of genuine concern. Nozomi suddenly became shy after hearing him mention her kindness, because it had been years since anyone had praised her like that. The team was now far more united, and decided to keep moving forward while watching each other's backs, working together to find a way through the dungeon. 2 hours later, thanks to Kana's support buffs, the knight, Nozomi, had grown much stronger and defeated countless monsters. Watching the two siblings, Nozomi began wondering who they really were, and what kind of relationship they truly had. The group had been fighting for a long time, yet to everyone's surprise, they still hadn't reached the final boss room, which struck them as extremely strange. They began suspecting that this dungeon operated under an exceptionally complex and unusual mechanism. The female knight Nozomi reflected that perhaps this difficulty was because it was their first time facing such a dungeon, A-rank dungeon. However, our protagonist, Muguru, pointed to a mark he had carved into the wall himself, a method he used to keep them from getting lost. Only then did everyone finally realize they had been walking in circles, passing through the exact same places over and over again. Muguru found it strange because he hadn't noticed any intersections at all. Very quickly, he figured out what was happening and decided to solve the problem. When Muguru placed his hand on the wall, he felt a faint vibration and discovered a hidden passage. Nozomi was astonished and asked how he had found the concealed path when no one else had noticed it. Muguru explained that many high-ranking dungeons contained traps like this. It was a type of barrier that couldn't be bypassed. Unless you knew how to solve its mystery, there was no way to reach the final boss until the puzzle had been solved. His curious teammates asked why he knew so much despite this being the first dungeon he had ever joined. He replied that it was only natural because in his previous life, he had endured countless hardships while clearing dungeons just like these. Those experiences had allowed him to master an advanced detection skill, using mana to sense which sections of the wall were hollow. But to the rest of the group, he simply brushed it off, saying he had once read about it in an old book long ago. Nozomi then declared that she would take the front line and bear the responsibility of defending against the boss. As for Hikari, she would stay behind to protect Kana, even though an A-rank boss would undoubtedly be stronger than any of them expected. Muguru already had a plan in mind. The female knight asked if he was ready, and the moment he nodded, they entered the chamber prepared for battle. Suddenly, they encountered a gigantic bearded minotaur, consumed by rage. The creature immediately swung its enormous axe in a devastating attack, but our hero narrowly dodged it. Muguru realized the enemy was far stronger than he had imagined and ordered Nozomi not to attack yet. However, Nozomi raised her shield and tried to block the minotaur's attack, but the minotaur's blow was so terrifying that it shattered her defenses. With her shield destroyed, she took the full force of the impact and was hurled backward, flying across the battlefield. The other girls were utterly stunned, because they had never seen an attack that Nozomi couldn't block with her shield. No matter how formidable a knight's defense was, it still couldn't compare to that of a true tank. Even though she was a powerful knight, facing an A-rank monster in close combat was incredibly dangerous. Our protagonist, Muguru, shouted for Sakura to evacuate Nozomi because the female knight was severely injured. He told his sister Kana to heal the gravely wounded girl immediately, while he would face the dungeon boss alone, charging straight toward the death. Enraged armored beast as it hurled its weapon at him, Muguru swiftly dodged and realized that a single hit from it could kill him instantly. The situation was becoming critical as the girls were all in danger. and he knew he had to give everything he had to survive this battle. However, the moment he found even the slightest opening, no matter how brief, he would seize it without hesitation. The instant the monster raised its arm to strike, Muguru found the opening he had been waiting for. He cast an ice spell, slamming the ground with tremendous force as countless ice spikes shot upward, striking and injuring the Minotaur. Despite being wounded, the Minotaur remained standing. Our hero realized that although it possessed overwhelming strength, its defense seemed to be its greatest weakness. With a swift leap, Muguru dodged another devastating blow and seized the opportunity. He sprinted up the Minotaur's weapon and dashed across it. After gaining incredible momentum, he leaped to the same height as the dungeon boss's head. The Minotaur tried to counterattack, but in doing so, it exposed an opening of its own. Muguru knew that as long as he still carried the death prevention charm, he would be safe from any fatal blow. Certain this would be the finishing strike, he raised Saito's sword and brought it down in a merciless overhead slash. The blade split the Minotaur's body from top to bottom. Muguru felt a wave of relief wash over him, overjoyed that he had barely managed to win. However, he was horrified to realize the creature was still alive. Its eyes burned crimson with murderous rage. Our hero could hardly believe the Minotaur was still standing as it charged straight toward him. Facing the monster's furious high-speed charge, Muguru knew he couldn't withstand another hit from his enemy. The Minotaur slammed its massive axe into the ground in a fit of rage. Izumi watched carefully and was certain the creature had already suffered severe injuries. Muguru thought to himself that he wouldn't suffer so much as a scratch if he could drag it into a battle of attrition and wear it down. The moment the monster unleashed another overwhelming attack, he instantly lowered his stance to dodge, staring at the monster's gigantic weapon. He wondered if he could chain together a series of consecutive attacks. First, he realized he could evade the Minotaur's massive weapon, but when he saw the next swing at point-blank range, he thought his life was over. After the Minotaur let out a deafening roar as it hurled its blazing axe, our hero was overcome with absolute terror. However, Kana appeared to save him, bravely stepping in front to shield him. In despair, Muguru screamed for her to get away, but then our hero realized something incredibly important. He saw Kana take the hit, and instantly, the death prevention charm activated and saved her life. The moment Muguru understood Kana's strategy, he seized the holy sword and didn't waste the chance to deliver the finishing blow. Just as expected from an A-rank dungeon, the entire party received 50 stat points. Muguru still didn't know where those bonus points had come from, but he suspected they were connected to the mission badge and the mysterious mark he now possessed. After witnessing his performance, his teammates all regarded him as someone far beyond ordinary. Muguru suddenly realized he had forgotten about Kana for a brief moment, but he quickly saw that she was completely unharmed. He admitted he would have lost without her, and asked Kana never to do something like that again because she had nearly given him a heart attack. Kana immediately shot back that he was the one who always put himself in the greatest danger. Nozomi then asked whether Muguru was really just a D-rank jobless hunter, because she felt defeating an A-rank boss was simply impossible for someone like him. Our hero believed he would finally be promoted to a C-rank hunter. He explained that because of his low rank, it had been extremely difficult for him to receive missions. The moment the pink-haired girl took his hand, Kana couldn't help feeling jealous. Nozomi invited both of them to join her guild. She also explained that guilds were independent groups of hunters. As the guild master, she thought it was a waste for someone like Muguru to remain unaffiliated, arguing that if he joined, he would rank up faster, earn more money, and her guild didn't even take a share of mission rewards. Muguru thanked her but declined the offer, explaining that it wouldn't be good for either side. The young woman replied that this wasn't about benefits. She simply felt safer with him in her guild, and hoped they could go on missions together. Our hero found her reaction a little unusual. He explained that no matter how appealing her offer was, joining a guild would limit where he could go and what he could do. Seeing how firm he was, the guild master decided not to press the issue any further. She said everyone would probably have died if it hadn't been for him, so she wanted to thank him, and invited the two of them to a private outing the next day. Nozomi was overjoyed when Muguru accepted. When she asked why, our hero explained that Kana was just an ordinary member of his party. Since he couldn't reveal that she was his reincarnated sister, he had no choice but to lie. Nozomi became even more delighted by that answer. It was obvious she was flirting with him. Suddenly, another purple gate appeared, leaving everyone in shock. After clearing the dungeon, they returned home. Muguru said he was going out, which made Kana upset because she seemed to have fallen for him, especially after he had told her how much he cared about her. Kana became even more sulky about him going on a date with Nozomi. Our hero then headed to the subway station to meet the pink-haired girl. Muguru had kept Nozomi waiting for nearly an hour, but she insisted she had only arrived 5 minutes earlier. The two went to an Italian restaurant to enjoy pasta and a romantic evening together. During dinner, Nozomi asked what Muguru usually did on his days off. He replied that he simply rested as much as possible until his next mission. She quickly realized our hero didn't have a girlfriend, and was overjoyed to hear Muguru say that he had never dated anyone. She then tried to hide her excitement, while Muguru couldn't understand why she suddenly seemed so flustered. In return, he asked what she usually did in her free time. She answered that she also used her free time to get plenty of rest. Our hero was rather surprised, because young people, like her, usually preferred going out and having fun. Nozomi explained that she wanted to become stronger, because she still remembered what he had said about her being overly confident. She confessed that something like that had happened before, and she had nearly faced a terrible tragedy in her life. Because of her overconfidence, she had lost her closest friend. She never wanted to experience something so heartbreaking ever again. That was why she always gave everything she had. Muguru deeply sympathized with what she had been through, because he also wanted to protect Kana, and never wanted to lose his little sister again like he had in his previous life. When Kana was mentioned, Nozomi asked whether the two of them were merely teammates, or what their relationship really was. Muguru replied that they were teammates, living under the same roof. The pink-haired girl was stunned to learn they were living together, and when he mentioned that they even shared the same room, Nozomi froze as his words completely ruined her mood. She fell silent and looked heartbroken, even though he gently explained his relationship with Kana. After she remarked that it was strange for them to live together, he suggested stopping by a nearby shop. They arrived at an impressive weapons store. Nozomi thought the shop was amazing, with prices that were incredibly cheap for weapons of such quality, while Muguru was simply relieved that he had managed to cheer her up. Speaking with a noticeable Chinese accent, the shopkeeper asked if they needed anything. At that time, a foreigner of his age running a shop in Japan was quite rare, and our hero found it rather unusual. Nozomi picked up a sword and was impressed by its quality. Muguru wasn't very knowledgeable about swords, but she still asked him to try holding it. Our hero gave the sword a swing, and judged it to be an excellent weapon. The shopkeeper asked in his distinctive accent what kind of weapon Muguru usually used. In response, Izumi Muguru summoned his legendary sword, and held it out in front of him. The shopkeeper's face instantly filled with shock. When he saw the duty seal engraved on the blade, the man's expression twisted with fury. Convinced that Muguru worked for Masubara, as rage completely consumed him, he grabbed his weapon, and prepared to attack Izumi Muguru. Facing the shopkeeper's fury and his finely crafted weapon, Muguru felt troubled. He drew his own sword, and tried to explain that it was all a misunderstanding. However, the shopkeeper ignored him and charged straight at Muguru. Muguru warned that he wouldn't hold back if the man insisted on attacking, then swiftly grabbed the man's arm, displaying his overwhelming strength. Muguru pinned the shopkeeper to the ground. He tried not to injure him, but he had no other choice, except to restrain him. Afterward, he demanded to know what was really going on, and why the shopkeeper had attacked him. Muguru figured it would become troublesome if Nozomi got involved in all of this, so he thanked her for the wonderful day, and decided to end their outing there. Taking the shopkeeper into the storeroom, Muguru once again insisted that he did not work for Masubara. If he did, Masubara would have been dead long ago. So, he decided to ask the shopkeeper why he believed he worked for Masubara. The man replied that the emblem on the sword, the black fruit crest, appeared on every weapon used by the former hero. The shopkeeper explained that this emblem contained a portion of a dungeon master's power. Only then did Muguru finally understand that Masubara had placed an enchantment on the sword he was using. Muguru explained that he had obtained the sword after defeating one of Masubara's subordinates. That revelation shocked the shopkeeper, finally convincing him that Muguru was telling the truth. Now that his questions had been answered, Muguru pressed the man to reveal everything he knew about Masubara. The shopkeeper revealed that he had been investigating Masubara for the past 5 years with the goal of killing him. The shopkeeper described Masubara as a monster who had become a dungeon master hundreds of years ago. He could unleash monsters whenever he wished, creating massive hordes that flooded entire cities. Because of this, no one, not even the government, dared oppose him. Muguru already knew that dungeon masters were granted 4 special privileges by the government. Masubara had used those powers to create new dungeons and maintain his eternal youth. Furthermore, they could exercise complete control over their own dungeons and become far more powerful. Thanks to the blessing of an S-rank dungeon, Moguru declared that Masubara would never escape, no matter how much he relied on his evil powers. The shopkeeper believed that Masubara viewed human beings as nothing more than tools to satisfy his own desires. He imposed countless taxes solely to line his own pockets, driving ordinary people into poverty and to the brink of starvation. However, anyone who showed even the slightest sign of dissatisfaction was brutally punished by the former hero. Without mercy, the shopkeeper asked Izumi Muguru if he had ever heard of the happiness banquet. Muguru replied that he hadn't, but he had a feeling the name was the complete opposite of what it truly meant. The shopkeeper confirmed that the name was indeed sickening, because it referred to a group of women forced to serve the tyrant. Officially, they were said to entertain and massage him, but everyone knew they were also forced to fulfill his other depraved desires. The shopkeeper's own daughter had also been taken away to become part of the happiness banquet. His wife was seized as well when she tried to resist, and was ultimately murdered. That was why the shopkeeper hated Masubara with every fiber of his being and swore to kill him. Coming all the way to Japan was solely for that purpose. The shopkeeper insisted that killing the former hero inside his own dungeon was impossible. However, because he knew Masubara frequently traveled to Japan and was currently in the country, he had personally come here to find him. At that moment, Muguru finally understood why the shopkeeper had been so devastated. The shopkeeper apologized for attacking him, because he had truly believed Muguru was working for that tyrant. Muguru accepted the apology, but firmly stated that the shopkeeper would never be able to kill that monster this way. Enraged once more, the shopkeeper lunged at Muguru, shouting that he didn't know a damn thing. Catching the man's punch, Muguru said he truly understood how he felt, but also warned him about the overwhelming gap in strength between them and their enemy. Moreover, it would be Muguru himself who would kill the former hero, not the shopkeeper. At that moment, the shopkeeper proposed to Izumi Muguru to join his group and fight by his side. He believed they could help one another and become comrades to fulfill their shared desire for revenge. Muguru immediately refused, prompting the shopkeeper to ask why. Muguru firmly declared once again that he would personally kill Masubara. Besides, he had no interest in forming a team. He preferred to fight alone like a lone wolf. Kana was the only person he trusted, and he would never place his trust in anyone else. The shopkeeper argued that their shared goal of defeating Masubara was more than enough reason to form an alliance. He insisted his group was filled with powerful warriors, and Muguru would be in danger if he refused to join. However, no matter what the man said, Muguru refused to change his mind. Afterward, Muguru left the shop. Just as he had discussed with Kana the day before, he told her to stay home and promised he'd return soon. His little sister obediently agreed. Kana affectionately thought of him as her special someone and believed Muguru was simply meeting an acquaintance, but she soon suspected it was the same woman from before. Jealousy immediately welled up inside her. She wondered why he refused to tell her the truth. Unable to stop thinking about the secrets he was keeping from her, Kana decided to follow Muguru, convinced he was deliberately hiding something from her. While Kana secretly tailed Muguru, he almost noticed her presence, but quickly dismissed the feeling, assuming he was only imagining things and continued walking through the streets. Muguru had come here to peacefully settle matters with the Chinese man's group, because they had decided to fight over who would get to kill Masubara. A group of men in military uniforms, their expressions cold and ruthless, stared intently at Muguru. The members of the group had already heard rumors that he had no intention of joining them and wanted to hear it from him directly. Muguru made it perfectly clear that he had no desire to be involved with their group. Left with no other choice, the entire group charged at him. One of the uniformed men threw a devastating punch, but Muguru effortlessly caught it with one hand. He could tell the attack carried considerable power, but it lacked conviction, so he immediately drove a punch into the man's stomach. Using his opponent's momentum, he slammed him to the ground, determined to exploit every weakness his opponents had. The Chinese leader thought to himself that no matter how strong Muguru was, they could never allow him to leave here alive. Muguru realized that everyone in this group lacked real combat experience. Seeing that this was all they were capable of, he found the battle almost laughably easy. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, defeating them all in the blink of an eye. He declared that this group's dream of killing Masubara was nothing but a fantasy that would never come true. The soldiers kept getting back up and stubbornly charging at Muguru, yet they couldn't lay so much as a finger on him. Our hero delivered a thunderous punch to one of them, then coldly asked if they still hadn't had enough of getting beaten. Their leader finally declared the fight over, because they couldn't endure anymore. The Chinese leader sincerely praised Izumi, admitting that his skills were extraordinary for someone his age, and congratulated him. As agreed, all the information they had gathered about Masubara would now belong to him. They handed him a dossier, while Kana, who had been hiding behind the door, witnessed everything that had happened. She wondered what they had been talking about, but then let out a sigh of relief because it wasn't a date with Nozomi. As soon as Muguru stepped out of the storeroom, he unexpectedly ran into Kana. He asked why she was there, while Kana awkwardly apologized for secretly following him. Muguru silently hoped she hadn't overheard the most important parts of the conversation. Kana took his hand and asked what else he was still hiding from her. She also asked why he was so determined to take revenge on that man, the former hero, Masubara, so desperately. Muguru knew that if he answered, he would have to explain the connection between the two of them, and that could awaken the horrifying memories of her past. He said he couldn't tell her, and Kana demanded to know why. She said that lately he had been acting strangely and hiding something from her. All of this had made her lose faith in Muguru, and she just wanted to be alone. She pulled her hand away, ran off, and told him to stay away from her. Meanwhile, Masubara was thinking about Muguru, the jobless hunter, who had rejected his organization and eliminated Saito. He loathed Muguru with every fiber of his being, and considered his actions absolutely unforgivable. So he wanted to meet him in person as soon as possible. However, acting directly now would draw far too much attention. At times like this, he needed to think carefully. Then, he noticed a young woman on the street. He decided to use Akasaka Kana to lure Muguru into the perfect trap. In any case, Masubara realized the girl looked remarkably like Muguru's sister. The former hero found Muguru's class difficult to understand. After all, Muguru had nothing in his hands, yet he was exceptionally intelligent and possessed a mysterious sense of justice. None of that mattered, because it wouldn't stop him. He would eliminate Izumi as quickly as possible, just as he had done to Akabeni, Muguru, and his little sister hundreds of years ago. Meanwhile, Kana reflected on her own actions, thinking she had gone too far with Muguru, even though she hated that he kept secrets from her. Akasaka Kana didn't want to keep arguing with him or remain stuck in this Cold War. She tried to understand why he said he couldn't reveal that secret even though he wanted to. She considered that Muguru might have a truly valid reason for keeping it from her, and since she had secretly followed him there, she felt she had no right to complain. First, she wanted to make peace with him and keep a cool head. She sent him a message, sincerely apologizing for her impulsive behavior. Just then, a man stopped and approached her in the middle of the plaza. Masubara said he wasn't a suspicious person and raised both hands to appear completely harmless. Feeling an eerie sense of familiarity, Kana recognized the man before her as one of the 6 legendary former heroes. Then her most vivid memories suddenly came flooding back. He was the leader of the group that had once attacked them. In response, Masubara asked whether she was Muguru's companion, claiming to be an acquaintance who knew secrets about Muguru's past that even she didn't know. Seeing her curiosity, he asked whether Kana wanted to hear those revelations. As Masubara reached out toward her, he realized this girl wouldn't be so easy to deceive. Instead of giving in, Kana demanded to know what Izumi's secret was, and Masubara asked if she truly wanted to know. Even though she sensed the danger radiating from the man, Kana couldn't suppress her desire to hear what he had to say, because she trusted the protective charm she carried with her, believing it would save her if anything happened. With a sinister smile, the red-haired man promised to tell her the whole truth. The moment the situation turned dangerous, Kana immediately activated her special item, but it proved completely ineffective. Masubara was utterly unharmed. He coldly drove a punch straight into her. Kana collapsed unconscious. Afterward, Masubara declared that he would keep his promise and reveal every secret, but only after summoning Izumi Muguru and settling the unfinished score between the two of them. In the end, the red-haired man succeeded in kidnapping our reincarnated hero's little sister. Masubara tightly bound Kana and imprisoned her in a strange place that resembled a dungeon. When the girl woke up, she was furious at her situation and shouted that no one would ever like someone like him, and she would never help him kill Muguru. No matter how many times he insisted that the boy in black was incredibly strong, Kana was still treated like a child by Masubara. He called her sweetheart, jokingly saying he loved her stubborn attitude, and that she should feel honored to have caught his attention. He even declared that once everything was over, she would become his wife. Then he claimed this was a fair exchange as he shamelessly confiscated her phone. When Kana started resisting, Masubara slammed his fist into the wall and ordered her to shut up. He told her to keep her eyes wide open, promising she would witness Izumi being utterly crushed by overwhelming despair and fear. Meanwhile, our protagonist, Muguru, found it strange that Kana still hadn't come home. He expected to receive a call from her, since he had already accepted her apology, but the moment he answered the phone, he heard the voice of a man he couldn't recognize at first. The person on the other end of the line revealed that he was holding Kana captive and declared that if Muguru wanted to bring her home, he had to come to the designated location. Desperate, our protagonist shouted, demanding to know if Kana was safe. Tracking her location by her scent, he declared that whoever had done this would pay a devastating price. Our hero then swore he would personally crush the culprit. Arriving at the location, Muguru noticed countless chains stretched out to block his path. Then he spotted Masubara standing beside a blazing fire. The man commented on how quickly Muguru had arrived. Only then did Muguru realize that the voice he had heard over the phone sounded very familiar. For some reason, he felt even more satisfied knowing that Kana's kidnapper was none other than Masubara, because he had already been eager to kill the former hero. He pointed his sword straight at Masubara, but the man calmly told him not to be so hasty. Masubara explained that Kana was trapped inside a dimensional gate, and if Muguru left, the entire dungeon would disappear with her inside. Hearing that, our protagonist lowered his weapon in fury. He followed Masubara into the dungeon created by the villain himself, a place completely devoid of monsters. Masubara revealed that whenever he wished to erase a dungeon, not a single trace of it would remain, making it the perfect place to dispose of someone. Our protagonist concluded that Masubara wanted to kill him simply because he had gotten in his way. Muguru finally realized that the double dungeon, which had appeared near their home, was also the handiwork of the former hero. Gripping his sword tightly, Muguru asked whether Kana had been hurt. Masubara invited him to see for himself. Then he threw open the massive door, revealing Kana, bound to a giant cross. The two saw each other, and our protagonist told his little sister to wait, promising he would save her immediately. The former hero raised his Masiva warhammer and declared that the battle had begun. Before that, our reincarnated hero had demanded to know why Masubara hated him so much. After all, he was only a D-rank jobless hunter. Masubara replied that the reason was Muguru reminded him of someone from the past, a man from hundreds of years ago whom he had always despised. After hearing his enemy's reason, our protagonist revealed that the jobless man Masubara hated was none other than himself. The moment he finished speaking, Muguru swung his sword and attacked, charging straight toward the red-haired man with overwhelming power surging from his body. Masubara froze in shock as he realized that this fighting style and presence were exactly like Muguru's. From hundreds of years ago, there was no doubt anymore. He hefted his enormous weapon and confronted Izumi as the two charged at each other, their weapons colliding. Their weapons collided, igniting a fierce clash. As our protagonist stepped back, his enemy mocked him for being weak, claiming he was nothing. Compared to his former self from hundreds of years ago, there was an obvious gap in strength between Izumi and Masubara. At that moment, our protagonist realized he couldn't win without a strategy, and he knew the former hero's weakness lay in his own weight. To be more precise, the armor on his left shoulder appeared to be a magic item that amplified the power within his body, allowing him to become vastly stronger for brief moments. That was why Masubara could move with incredible agility, despite his massive frame. However, Izumi was still much faster than his opponent, so he decided to destroy the armor on Masubara's shoulder. Even as Masubara called him weak, Izumi fired back that his opponent had left himself wide open. Then he charged forward with his sword, unleashing his terrifying speed. He darted past the giant and struck at his left shoulder, cracking Masubara's shoulder armor. Realizing how fast Izumi was, Masubara immediately swung his massive warhammer into the ground with all his strength. However, Izumi dodged it and launched a counterattack from above, positioning himself directly over Masubara. He delivered a crushing blow to the shoulder armor, damaging the magic item even further. After that, Izumi decided to interrogate the tyrant before ending his life for good. Knowing Masubara was gathering forces in Japan, he asked what their plan was, pointing his sword at the enemy's throat and demanding an answer. Masubara burst into laughter, finding it ridiculous that Izumi didn't know the reason. He explained that Japan was a special place because the Sky Dungeon had disappeared hundreds of years ago. Even after using part of its incredible power to grant a wish, the remaining energy was still immense. Masubara believed that source of power. This energy was originally meant to be Izumi's reward, but over the years, it had crystallized and was now hidden somewhere in Japan. If Masubara obtained that crystal, he would become far stronger than he was now. He declared that he was by no means satisfied with ruling only China. He wanted the crystal to surpass every other hero at any cost, so that the entire world would belong to him. However, the other heroes were plotting the very same scheme, and the moment the crystal was discovered, every last one of them would emerge from hiding to fight over it. That was exactly why Masubara was desperately building up his forces. Izumi admitted that his enemy's motive suited his nature perfectly, but he considered the entire plan meaningless and advised Masubara to abandon that foolish dream. Then, Izumi unleashed a sword strike filled with hatred and power, determined to kill that monster with a single slash aimed at his neck. For a brief moment, Masubara showed fear, but then he grabbed the blade, stopping Izumi's attack, and revealed that the armor on his left shoulder had never been his weakness. He landed a devastating punch to Izumi's stomach, sending him flying. As Izumi doubled over in agony, Kana panicked and screamed, terrified that Izumi Meguru would die. Masubara, the former hero, arrogantly declared that he had lived for centuries, and had used that armor to compensate for his heavy muscles, but now he no longer needed it to maintain his balance. He discarded the armor, then declared that Izumi's end had come. Seeing him remove the armor, Izumi knew this battle would be anything but easy. Even so, over the past few days, he had collected countless items, from poisons to protective charms, intending to use them to protect himself. He still had countless hidden tricks that his enemy knew nothing about. Izumi mocked Masubara, saying he had been talking far too much today, and promised to make sure he would never speak again, knowing that in his current condition, he had no chance of winning in a head-on fight. Izumi came up with a different plan. He drove his sword into the cliff, causing rocks and debris to come crashing down on the villain, forcing him into a more disadvantageous position. Then, he flooded the ground with water to prepare another spell. Izumi knew perfectly well that Masubara would never dare unleash the power he was so proud of on such unstable, waterlogged terrain. After that, as a jobless hunter, Izumi could adapt to any situation, and charged forward despite the slippery ground. Beneath his feet, he closed in on his enemy at lightning speed and unleashed fire magic. Using the explosive flames, he struck Masubara, hoping the attack would be enough to kill him. However, Masubara quickly recovered and declared that the battle hadn't even truly begun. He walked out of the sea of flames. His clothes were slightly scorched, but his body didn't have a single scratch. Izumi realized the only way to win was with one decisive blow, so he activated a magic charm. He dodged the massive warhammer swing, but Masubara smirked, calling him naive. Izumi immediately neutralized Masubara's attack with a magical barrier generated by the charm. The instant he blocked the strike, he tightened his grip on the holy sword and unleashed a slash that sent Masubara crashing to his knees. This was his final trump card, and Izumi sighed in relief, believing he had finally defeated his enemy. But Masubara was still standing. He declared that he hadn't even felt any pain from those attacks, leaving Izumi deeply concerned. Masubara sneered that Meguru only knew how to rely on cheap tricks, and they would never be enough to defeat him. He arrogantly added that this was all a worthless jobless could ever accomplish. Masubara then glanced around, noticing the destruction the young hero had caused inside his dungeon. At that very moment, Masubara himself, the former hero who had become Muguru's greatest enemy, restored the dungeon with a simple wave of his hand. Meguru was visibly astonished. In response, the villain wore a smug grin, boasting that this was his dungeon, and that he had absolute control over it. Without hesitation, Masubara summoned a horde of monsters with a powerful spell, mockingly asking whether our hero would still be surprised by what was about to happen. As gargoyles and demons charged toward him, Izumi immediately activated fire magic to defend himself, beginning to incinerate the monsters with blazing flames. However, he froze when Masubara suddenly appeared right behind him, swinging his massive weapon at him. The brutal blow. So, our protagonist flying through the air, the gap in their stats was so overwhelming that our hero seemed to have no hope of victory. His mind reeled from the impact, feeling utterly powerless before the greatest enemy of his life, unable to fight back. What had happened hundreds of years ago seemed to be repeating itself at this very moment, dragging him into the depths of despair. A haunting vision emerged as memories of his own death and his sister's death returned, tormenting him in that life-or-death moment. A purple mark appeared on the palm of his hand, awakening the power-devouring ability of the mission emblem. He discovered that he could only use the mission emblem's power for just 30 seconds, but at this point, none of that mattered anymore. Without the slightest hesitation, Muguru Izumi accepted the system's offer, knowing that through it, he would become incredibly powerful. The moment he accepted, his attack and speed stats skyrocketed to over 500. As the demons rushed in to tear him apart, he instantly took his stance and unleashed a devastating slash that annihilated countless monsters at once. Muguru felt an overwhelming surge of power, exploding through every vein in his body, and from that very moment, the 5-minute countdown to use this power officially began. Masubara was stunned, demanding to know why Muguru possessed the emblem's mark. He then revealed that after killing Muguru in the Sky Dungeon, he and the others had each received powers based on their deepest desires. For example, Masubara obtained overwhelming stats and countless unique skills. Deciding there was no need for further talk, Masubara showed that he wasn't concerned that the brat had suddenly grown stronger. He understood that the dungeon had acknowledged Muguru, as if he had purified it, and therefore granted him this mark. Although surprised, it did nothing to change his intention to kill the young hero right then and there. Filled with newfound confidence, our protagonist shot back that Masubara shouldn't be so certain of his victory, because he was far stronger now. In response, the enemy stomped the ground, unleashing brutal power that devastated the surrounding area. At the same time, Masubara cast a blazing spell as radiant as the sun and hurled it straight at Muguru. Seeing the fire spell blazing like the sun, Muguru froze it from a distance. The very space around it froze. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword, severing his enemy's arm, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Izumi felt as light as a feather. The power surging through him seemed endless. In this state, killing the villain would be effortless. Only then did the red-haired Masubara truly understand the meaning of absolute despair and begin begging for his life. However, that only made our protagonist despise him even more. After all, hundreds of years ago, Masubara had never shown mercy when Muguru begged for his life, so Muguru's response would be no different. He began conjuring countless gigantic ice spikes. Even as the red-haired man sank into complete despair, our protagonist still launched the massive ice spear at him. At the same time, countless ice spikes pierced through Masubara's body. At last, the villain was finally slain, bringing the jobless hunter's first act of revenge to an end. However, the victory felt strangely hollow, because the battle had ended far more easily than Muguru expected. The mission emblem's power had been fully charged, and the mission power was finally exhausted, causing his stats to return to normal. The mark on his hand had now grown larger, and he realized that the mission power was something he had gained after killing Saito. Muguru guessed that this mark must somehow be connected to taking another person's life. However, he had something even more important to do. He had to save his little sister. Muguru frantically rushed to Kana and shattered the chains binding her. Overwhelmed with joy and relief, she threw herself into her brother's arms. Kana tearfully expressed how grateful she was to still be alive and repeatedly apologized for causing him so much trouble. Our protagonist gently reassured her, saying she didn't need to worry, because she was his reason for living. Those words left the girl utterly stunned. Realizing his sister couldn't yet grasp the deeper meaning behind what he had said, Muguru quickly changed the subject and decided they had to leave immediately. Just then, he suddenly realized there was no way out as the ground began violently shaking. The dungeon Masubara had created was collapsing after its master's death. Their situation was now extremely dangerous, because the exit was far too far away. Muguru realized his mistake, fearing the two of them would be buried alive, until an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. If this dungeon had been created using Masubara's power, he could use Masubara's own sword to activate the mark on his body. Muguru decided to use the villain's own magic power to escape alive. In the end, the magic power was the very essence of every dungeon and every spell, so he began analyzing the flow of magic within this dungeon. As he examined its structure and the magic power that formed it, Muguru realized that only the dungeon master held absolute control over it. However, by wielding Masubara's own sword, he was able to sever the connection between the dungeon master and the surrounding space. At that very moment, Muguru swung his sword and shattered the crystal that linked the dungeon's magic power to Masubara's soul, opening a path to escape. He and his little sister, Kana, immediately sprinted toward it as fast as they could. The moment they escaped outside, Muguru realized they had narrowly escaped death. Kana was utterly horrified when her brother collapsed the instant they made it out. Muguru awoke in a hospital for the second time in this world. He noticed his magic power fading away just as it had before. Then Kana, his reincarnated little sister, immediately rushed over and hugged him the moment she saw he was awake. Overjoyed. Soon after, a nurse entered to examine our protagonist. She explained that he had suddenly collapsed with an extremely high fever, but had now made a full recovery. Muguru thanked the doctors and nurses for taking such good care of him. After that, the doctor advised him to stay one more night for observation, and both of them agreed. He quietly thought that Kana must have gone through a lot to bring him here, since he certainly wasn't light. His little sister insisted it was no big deal, then began asking what had really happened between him and Masubara that had driven them to fight to the death. Muguru had never wanted to reveal the truth, but he felt he had no other choice. He explained that it was a long story, then began telling her about the hunters who had once challenged the Sky Dungeon. 8 S-rank hunters joined forces to challenge the Sky Dungeon. 6 of them emerged victorious and became the world's 6 S-class dungeon masters. Afterward, they used their immense power to conquer their respective territories. Kana already knew that Masubara was one of them and wondered what had happened to the 2 heroes who never returned. The reincarnated girl had heard that the healer, Kana, from the past had died protecting her comrades, but she didn't know much about the other hero because very few records of him had survived into the present day. Our hero explained that the man who fought beside Kana had been betrayed by his own comrades, revealing that Masubara and the other heroes had murdered both of them. The girl was left speechless. Just as he was about to reveal that the last hero was also named Muguru, he was interrupted by the arrival of Nozomi, who loudly called out his name. She had been so worried that she rushed to the hospital as fast as she could after hearing he had collapsed, and asked if he was all right. Our protagonist asked who had informed her. She replied that the Hunter Association had notified her. Then, he remembered that hospitals were required to report every hunter's medical records to the association. He thanked her for rushing over to check on him. Kana became jealous as she watched the scene unfold, irritably accusing him of being hopelessly infatuated with that girl. Muguru told her that he had to protect Kana and couldn't die before doing so. Kana suddenly realized how deeply he truly cared for her. At the same moment, the 2 girls glared at each other with sparks flying, like romantic rivals fighting over the same man. Our protagonist couldn't understand why the 2 of them had suddenly started disliking each other. He felt he couldn't continue talking about that dark past, because the time still wasn't right. His revenge had only just begun. For now, he would set that matter aside. He wanted to spend the days ahead surrounded by the warmth of his loved ones. After that, the 2 girls left, leaving our protagonist alone in the hospital. Everything suddenly became eerily quiet, so he decided to turn on the TV to pass the time. To his surprise, he saw Masubara giving an interview on television and wondered how that was even possible when he had already killed him. Inside a B-rank dungeon, Muguru found himself facing countless monsters. Fighting alongside him were Nozomi and Kana, as they helped him battle giant wolves. Wielding her greatsword, Nozomi cut down several monsters to support our protagonist. He thought this was the perfect opportunity to restore the balance they once had. After clearing the dungeon, they received a large number of stat points. Nozomi had been uneasy ever since they left the hospital, but it seemed she had worried too much. Our hero still couldn't understand how Masubara had survived after being killed inside the dungeon. He had used every trick he possessed the day before, and knew things would no longer be so easy. They decided to leave the B-rank dungeon where they had been farming experience. As soon as they came out, they headed straight to the Shinruku Hunter Association headquarters. The receptionist thanked them for their hard work and said that the branch chief wanted to speak with Muguru. While they were talking, back in China, Masubara was still very much alive, brooding over something. He couldn't believe he had been defeated. Looking at the mark On his body, he thought to himself, if he hadn't used it to separate his soul from his body, he would have been dead by now. At that moment, a man rushed into his room, stunned to find that he was still alive. Masubara was still furious about his recent defeat, but he decided to lower his guard for the time being because he had already anticipated this outcome and didn't think it was a serious problem. He declared that this setback meant nothing. Now he was going to find some entertainment and observe his subjects. However, his secretary advised him that it would be wiser to stay cautious and rest until his soul crystal regenerated. Despite his soul crystal being shattered, Masubara loudly snapped back, insisting it wasn't a problem. Afterward, Masubara went out into the streets and observed the everyday lives of the people in China. A little girl excitedly tried to talk to him. While the child was full of excitement, her mother hurriedly told her not to be rude. With ruthless brutality, Masubara kicked the girl unconscious, leaving her mother screaming in despair. Not long afterward, he visited a lively bar, but found nothing there that interested him. He muttered that if Muguru hadn't come back to life, none of these troublesome events would have happened. Suddenly, something caught everyone's attention inside the bar. It was the arrival of a heavy-set man who unhesitatingly grabbed Masubara's secretary by the throat, along with a young woman. Standing beside him, that woman was the hero Futaba Mizuhara, who had discovered Masubara's real body, while the heavy-set man was the summoner hero, Hidaka Asahi, the red-haired. Masubara immediately recognized both of them. Futaba remarked that it had been 75 years since they had last met and mocked the lax security of this place, saying Masubara had underestimated them. Sitting down, Masubara asked what they wanted and why they had trespassed into his territory. The heroine revealed that he had probably never imagined that 2 of the 6 heroes would become this powerful, and that targeting the weakest among them was the most logical move. Hidaka Asahi then summoned an army of skeletons through a dimensional gate. They immediately charged at Masubara. The bespectacled, heavy-set Hidaka taunted him, saying Masubara had grown weak and complacent over the past 75 years, while they had continued to grow stronger throughout that same period. He added that when times change, progress is inevitable, and Masubara simply needed to adapt. After Hidaka's provocation, the skeletal warriors managed to restrain the aging former hero. At the same time, Futaba Mizuhara approached him from behind. She placed her hand on his head and bid him farewell. When Masubara turned around, he saw only a swirling vortex of flames before she finished him off. Futaba believed that she could have defeated him on her own with ease. However, the heavyset summoner thought that if Masubara hadn't been so weakened, he really could have turned the tables if Futaba had come alone. Futaba asked if that was everything the chubby hero needed. In response, Hidaka said he already had everything he wanted. As he began absorbing Masubara's body, Hidaka declared that it was time to save this rotten world. The red-haired Masubara was transformed into one of his summoned creatures. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at another location, during a meeting with the Hunter Association chairman, the reincarnated Muguru asked what he wanted. The chairman wanted to discuss Muguru and his relationship with Masubara, but he also made it clear that he did not suspect Muguru. According to his investigation, all 6 heroes possessed the same type of mark, which granted them special abilities. Those abilities varied greatly, but the only reason the red-haired Masubara had survived until now was because of it. Whenever he faced a stronger opponent, he always escaped using the power of that mark. Muguru thought this made things much easier to explain, so he began telling the chairman everything. After hearing the whole story, the chairman concluded that Muguru was far stronger than he had imagined, especially since he had managed to defeat Masubara. He explained that the former hero's brutality was beyond extreme. Fortunately, Japan had not yet been conquered. However, as long as they still existed, the world could easily descend into a nightmare. Therefore, the Hunter Association chairman wanted to establish true peace across the entire world. He held out his hand to Muguru and proposed that they work together. In Japan's current situation, there was nothing truly frightening, other than the occasional monster that appeared, and this peace was believed to be thanks to the power and influence of the 6 heroes. The chairman then asked what made Japan more special than any other country. He explained that Japan held a unique significance to the heroes, because it was their homeland, and the place where the Sky Dungeon had once appeared. 100 years ago, that dungeon was conquered by 8 people, including the heroes. After the dungeon collapsed, its condensed magic power transformed into the crystals known today. These magic crystals were scattered all across Japan, and it seemed the heroes had been searching for them all this time. Muguru then remembered that Masubara really had been searching for one of those crystals. He wondered why, if they desired them so badly, they hadn't gathered them themselves over the past century. The chairman replied that the heroes' status as dungeon masters was what prevented them from doing so. At least, that was the most plausible theory. After all, they had gained immortality, eternal bodies and immense power, but that also implied they had to bear certain limitations as well. The magical wavelength emitted by the heroes was identical to that of their dungeons. They didn't merely rule over their dungeons, they had become part of them. Hearing this, Muguru remembered that Masubara had once said his soul had become one with that place. So if the dungeon they governed was destroyed, they would disappear along with it. That possibility seemed highly believable to Muguru, because heroes bound to their dungeons could no longer move about freely. If that region became unstable, all the evidence pointed to this conclusion, even though it was still only a theory. Judging from what he had observed of the former hero, Muguru knew that even more dungeons would appear, and the Hunter Association chairman asked for his help. Naturally, he would be rewarded, and the chairman promised to grant him anything he desired, whether it was money, status, or classified information. Muguru then requested the privilege of becoming the very first person allowed to enter every B-rank dungeon and above across the country. To obtain the power he desired, he needed to clear as many dungeons as possible and claim their rewards. The Hunter Association chairman immediately agreed, expressing his great expectations for this new partnership. Afterward, our protagonist asked the chairman not to reveal anything to Kana, even though they would be working together. He felt that, this time, it would be easier to protect his little sister if she stayed close to him, because he couldn't do everything he wanted, unless she was always by his side. Moreover, he still had to figure out how to keep her safe while fighting the remaining heroes. However, the chairman believed that 2 people alone would not be enough to stand against the 6 heroes. He suggested that Muguru team up with other powerful hunters. Muguru admitted he had already considered that possibility. He revealed that he had already chosen someone to join his team. That person was Nozomi. She was delighted to be invited, but she had one condition. She wanted Hikari and Sakura to join as well. Shattering her expectations, Muguru made it clear that he only wanted her and no one else, because he was certain the other 2 would die if they joined the team, since Nozomi was far stronger than they were, and everyone else would only become a burden. The best he could hope for from them was to sacrifice themselves to protect Kana, a future he absolutely refused to accept because he didn't want to invite anyone into the team knowing they were destined to die. In response, Nozomi declined his offer because she believed doing so would betray her 2 teammates. As much as she wanted to help Muguru, she would never betray her friends. Upset, she stood up and called for Hikari and Sakura to leave. Just then, Sakura stepped in and made a proposal to Izumi. Muguru, although they wanted to support Nozomi, they knew they couldn't keep up with her level of strength. Even so, they had been her closest friends and fellow hunters, who had fought together in the same party for many years, so they couldn't simply abandon one another. Afterward, they asked for one chance to prove their worth, declaring that if they failed, they would disband the team with Nozomi. Nozomi heard everything they said, and insisted they couldn't make that decision on their own. The girls then stood against Nozomi, and our protagonist, seeing their determination, he accepted their proposal. Since they were willing to go this far, he would give them that chance. They headed to an abandoned warehouse, where Muguru assured them no one would disturb them. He challenged them to attack him together on one condition. He would not take a single step back. If they could force him to move, he would let them join the team. The 2 agreed, and Hikari charged forward with everything she had, preparing a powerful strike. However, as she closed in to attack, she hesitated, afraid she might seriously hurt him. Muguru noticed her hesitation, and told them there was no need to hold back. Just because he wasn't carrying a weapon, he urged them to fight with everything they had and truly try to defeat him. Hikari then rushed in with all her strength, swinging her weapon down from above while Sakura simultaneously attempted a surprise attack from behind. Muguru realized they displayed excellent teamwork, the result of years of fighting together. They launched another coordinated assault, combining ice magic with physical attacks, until, with a lightning-fast movement, Muguru hurled Hikari, flying away and cast a spell on Sakura, who stood frozen in shock. After effortlessly overpowering and defeating them, he asked if that was truly the best they could do, yet the girls faced him with unshakable determination, and quickly got back on their feet to continue attacking. He noticed their unwavering resolve as they charged forward once again with everything they had. Avazo, they were standing before an enormous mountain, a barrier they could never overcome alone. He quickly knocked them to the ground once again, without moving an inch from where he stood. After being defeated, the two concluded that their weakness would only hold the team back. They apologized to Nozomi for being unable to keep up with her, and therefore, unable to remain on the team. They knew they had no chance, and that this challenge had actually been their way of saying goodbye to Nozomi. Nozomi tearfully thanked them and invited them out for cake together, whenever they had the time. She expressed her hope that one day they would grow stronger, so they could fight side by side again. Even if their team had fallen apart today, the three of them would always remain the closest of friends. They embraced each other and cried. Muguru, our protagonist, knew how determined they were, and realized they had endured this for far too long. They might not be strong enough yet, but he believed they would get there someday. Suddenly, our hero received a mysterious phone call. The moment he answered, he heard someone desperately calling his name. The urgent message revealed that Hidaka and Futaba, two of the 6 heroes, were on their way to Japan. Upon hearing that 2 of the 6 heroes had arrived, he was utterly stunned as overwhelming. Hatred consumed him. 100 years earlier, inside the Sky Dungeon, after the deaths of the original protagonist and his younger sister, Masubara was furious. They had conquered the final dungeon, yet their wish had not been granted. The system window explained how to obtain the crystal. They learned that, by clearing the dungeon, they could obtain the crystal. By collecting the scattered fragments across Japan, any wish would be granted once the crystal was completed, and they would become dungeon masters. The first dungeon they entered would come under their control, and they would gain eternal life. Furthermore, they would receive a special mark, enhanced stats, and a unique skill. However, if they failed to claim a dungeon, within the next 72 hours, they would die. Masubara immediately realized that only one of them could have their wish granted by obtaining the final crystal, which meant the heroes had become enemies from that very moment. The knight hero, Shirayuki Hokuto, found the situation rather amusing. Meanwhile, the archer hero, Surumi Yakumo, noticed there was even more information to read. The crystal fragments were frozen dungeon magic power scattered throughout the country, and they could be detected from afar by tracing their magical signatures. The mage hero, Kawasaki Masato, thought the system was revealing far too much information. As for Futaba, she realized she couldn't even take a screenshot to review it later. Masubara had no interest in reading everything. He only cared about becoming the one to obtain the final crystal. He believed he could take his time, searching for it, as long as he eliminated the others first. Without bothering to read the rest of the message, he departed for China because he believed it was the best choice due to its proximity to Japan. However, Surumi didn't believe China offered a favorable position and thought Masubara was an idiot for leaving without reading the entire message. After reading everything, the remaining heroes realized that only one of them could become the god of the new world, while everyone else would be eliminated. Judging from the description of the crystal fragments, they could not be collected overnight. In the end, the knight hero, Shirayuki, realized that they would have to fight each other until only one remained. No matter where they established their base, a battle between them was inevitable. Surumi knew the situation would only change if someone managed to collect the crystal fragments. In an instant, Hidaka couldn't think of any way to gather that many fragments all at once, until an idea suddenly came to him, and for some reason, he immediately thought of Futaba. Hidaka then formed an alliance with her, saying the two of them wouldn't have to fight until they were the only ones left. He begged her to stop wasting time taking photos, but she insisted it wasn't a waste at all. She explained that she had a brilliant plan to collect the crystal fragments, but it would take time to carry out. She told him to handle everything else himself. He demanded that she stop being unreasonable, but she stubbornly insisted that all she wanted was to take pictures, and told him to accept that condition. Then, she placed a curse on Hidaka, forcing him to obey her, leaving him able to do nothing but ask her to hurry up with the photos. Deep down, he knew the price of Futaba's help would be enormous, but he was willing to accept it. He couldn't harm her, and furthermore, he had to comply with all of her demands. The curse would activate if he ever broke their agreement. Back in the present, our protagonist was stunned to learn that these two heroes had appeared. He would receive more details soon, but Hidaka and Futaba had now become a higher priority than Masubara. The only thing that had changed was the order in which our protagonist would kill those heroes. Furthermore, the chairman asked him to come to the association immediately. because he had something to give him. Upon arriving at the Hunter Association branch, the trio followed the chairman into a room, then entered the armory to receive their gift. The chairman said that because of the heroes' overwhelming strength, they would need top-tier weapons to fight them. He showed them every weapon in the storage room and declared they were free to take anything they wanted. Our protagonist picked up a great sword with a blue blade. The chairman had expected him to choose it. This sword was worth around 20 million on the market and was the most valuable item they had there. Muguru said it was an excellent sword, but it would soon no longer be enough for him, so he thought it would be better to keep using Saito's weapon, and asked if that was the best they had, that they could provide. The chairman replied that, for now, it was, and they needed special materials to enhance those weapons. Before long, Muguru could obtain even better weapons, provided he brought back enough of the required materials. The dense magic power inside dungeons and the extraction stones obtained from them could be extremely useful for forging weapons. Our protagonist had no idea the extraction stones could be used that way. The chairman told him that with a single A-rank stone, they could upgrade all three of their weapons. Muguru thought he could manage that, but he wished Kana and Nozomi also had better weapons. In the end, he realized they only needed to obtain one extraction stone to bring their weapons to the highest level. Of course, it was extremely difficult for an A-rank dungeon to suddenly appear out of nowhere. He had no idea when he would get the chance to find an A-rank dungeon, but the chairman revealed that dungeons of that rank had recently been discovered in central Tokyo. Upon hearing that one had appeared the previous day, our protagonist immediately asked what had emerged there. No one knew the exact reason, but lately the dragon veins had become unusually active, and it seemed that this was the cause behind these phenomena. A while later, on the subway, Nozomi told them she had been investigating Futaba Mizuhara. She discovered that Futaba was deeply involved in something. She forced everyone under her rule to follow and like her Instagram posts. Anyone who forgot to interact with her posts was punished. Men and women considered more attractive than her suffered the same fate. Even so, Futaba generously distributed profits from the oil fields, which made her quite popular with the public, and she seemed extremely obsessed with collecting likes on social media. Meanwhile, Hidaka Asahi had recently been put in charge of political purges, even though he was the type who never cared about politics. At worst, they could simply leave things as they were, because he wouldn't be able to interfere with them easily. As for the reincarnated Muguru, Kana believed Masubara was the only one who knew the truth. She asked if he knew these people, and our protagonist replied that it had been hundreds of years since he had last seen them. When asked what kind of people they were, our protagonist found himself unable to answer. He decided to keep it a secret that his little sister was Kana's reincarnation from the past, but he explained to Nozomi that he was the reincarnation of the hero Muguru from long ago. A week before entering the Sky Dungeon, they met the 6 heroes to learn how to fight together. The 2 arrived at the meeting place and met the other 6 heroes, who would be fighting alongside their team. Masubara was very polite when he met our protagonist, and he courteously returned the greeting. Together, they entered an A-rank dungeon, and encountered several monsters. Masubara praised Muguru's skills, emphasizing that the jobless class was truly invaluable in real combat. As for Futaba, she noticed that besides being handsome, he was also incredibly strong, and immediately considered him a potential boyfriend. She then walked over to strike up a conversation with our protagonist, and asked whether he already had a girlfriend. Always wanting to avoid unnecessary trouble, our protagonist replied that he was already seeing someone, then ignored her completely. Seeing this, Futaba became absolutely furious at being brushed off so coldly. Believing the woman he was dating was Kana, she wondered what was so special about that girl. Before long, she began looking at Kana, with eyes filled with anger and bitter jealousy, admitting that the girl was both beautiful and stylish. The heroes continued fighting together to conquer the A-rank dungeon, until Futaba deliberately shoved the healer. Kana fell hard to the ground. Futaba then apologized. The chubby man helped her back to her feet. However, immediately afterward, he started touching inappropriate parts of her body. Seeing this, Muguru immediately stopped him. Furious, he demanded to know what he thought he was doing, and glared at the bespectacled, heavy-set man with murderous intent. Masubara, seeing a fight about to break out, finally told everyone to stay together and stop arguing. Kana told her brother to calm down because she was all right, and our protagonist promised he would never leave his little sister's side again. Muguru didn't want to go into detail, but said the heroes always live true to their own desires. he felt he had no right to judge them, because, in the end, the path of revenge he had chosen wasn't exactly a noble cause either. As the trio arrived in central Tokyo, inside the A-rank dungeon, they discovered that all 7 monsters had already been wiped out. Guessing that someone had arrived before them, their attention was drawn to a wide-open door. The moment Muguru opened it, he saw a gigantic scorpion surrounded by crackling lightning. He also sensed the presence of Futaba and Hidaka. Wondering how they had gotten there, Futaba and Hidaka failed to recognize our protagonist, and he suddenly realized that it was only natural since his appearance had completely changed after his reincarnation. Furthermore, they didn't even notice the 2 girls accompanying him. Muguru immediately told them to leave the area, and they obediently complied. He had no idea why the 2 heroes were there, and his hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. He was about to launch a surprise attack, but forced himself to stay calm because it was still too soon, and he needed to get closer first. He walked toward them and asked what they were doing there. The 2 of them asked in return whether the kid was a hunter. After he replied that he wasn't a hunter yet, Futaba boastfully declared that they had already defeated the giant scorpion boss. Muguru sarcastically remarked that they were truly impressive for defeating the final boss of an A-rank dungeon. Waiting for the perfect opportunity, he suddenly hurled a fireball at both of them without warning. Hidaka instantly grabbed Futaba and pulled her out of its path, barely saving her from the surprise attack that almost killed them both. Enraged, our protagonist swung his special sword and charged straight at them. In response, Hidaka summoned several skeleton warriors, but they were quickly destroyed by the reincarnated hero before the fat man's eyes. He told Futaba to calm down because the man before them was no ordinary opponent. Kana ignored her brother's warning and called out his name right in front of the 2 heroes. The heroine immediately recognized Akabeni Kana from 100 years ago. Before she could understand what was happening, Hidaka realized they had just called him Muguru. Watching the way Muguru moved, used both swordsmanship and magic, and attacked 2 complete strangers without hesitation, Hidaka reached a crucial conclusion. Understanding the situation, he told Futaba they needed to leave together. At the same time, he declared that they couldn't afford to fight and kill Muguru under the current circumstances. However, Futaba coldly replied that she didn't care, and declared that her top priority was killing Kana. She insisted she would kill her even though she had nothing to do with the Akabeni Kana from the past, because her face and attitude disgusted her and reminded her of the past. She even intended to kill that other woman, Nozomi, simply because she could. Hidaka realized that once Futaba lost control, she ignored everything he said, and if she used her command spell, he would have no choice but to obey. Seeing Futaba's stubbornness, Hidaka, the bespectacled, heavy-set man, gave her 30 seconds to finish the battle, adding that it would be better if she ended it even sooner. He said she was strong enough to win within that amount of time. When Hidaka asked if he was expecting too much from her, Futaba looked annoyed, but still promised she would end it quickly. Meanwhile, Nozomi was horrified. After realizing the 2 enemies before them were members of the legendary 6 heroes, Muguru confirmed that it was true, then declared that there was no other choice except to end everything right here. Futaba charged forward with all her strength, and our protagonist prepared to block her attack, certain that he was her target. However, the heroine, instead cast a spell aimed directly at Kana. Muguru immediately stepped in front of her to shield her from the attack, realizing he could barely withstand Futaba's blows. Muguru realized Futaba was targeting Kana, but Nozomi confidently declared that she could handle it. Nozomi then gathered all her strength for a lightning-fast strike and charged at the enemy with everything she had. Seeing the attack at such close range, Futaba had to admit Nozomi was stronger than she had expected. Even so, she dodged the attack and immediately countered with an incredibly powerful spell, declaring that the girl was nowhere near her level. Futaba landed a direct hit on Nozomi and knocked her down. She even boasted that she was both stronger and more beautiful because she belonged to the first generation of hunters. Futaba then prepared to focus on Kana and Muguru, but was interrupted by her partner, Hidaka, who announced that the 30 seconds were up and that they were leaving through a dimensional portal. Before departing, Futaba warned them that although she was sparing their lives today, next time she would definitely kill Kana. Muguru felt utterly powerless and was heartbroken to see Nozomi unconscious and filled with despair because she hadn't even managed to lay a finger on Futaba. When Nozomi still dazed, asked who those two people were, and why they knew Kana. Realizing the situation had become too strange, Muguru knew he had no other choice but to tell them the whole truth. He explained that he wasn't the only one, reincarnated into another body, then revealed that Kana had gone through the same thing. He explained that the two of them were the reincarnations of the two heroes from the past, Muguru and Kana. That was why those two had recognized them by name. Muguru regretted that he couldn't provide any proof, since all the photographs from 100 years ago had been lost, but he swore that he could never mistake his little sister, even if she was in someone else's body. Now Kana finally understood why Muguru cared so deeply about her. He repeated that he loved her dearly, because she was a precious member of his family, and because they had harmed Kana in the past, he would never forgive them. He swore to himself that he would personally kill every last one of them. Nozomi and Kana were left speechless. After returning home, Kana remained lost in thought. She realized that she herself was the reason Izumi Muguru had become entangled in a blood feud with the 6 heroes and was determined to kill them. As for Muguru, he believed the truth had been too much for Kana to take in. Just then, someone knocked on their door late that night. Muguru went to answer it, telling his little sister to get some sleep first. She obediently did as she was told. Opening the door, Muguru saw Nozomi, who had come all the way to their house to speak with Kana. Nozomi asked if she could borrow Kana for a little while. Then the two of them left for a walk. Seeing that it was raining and already late, Muguru thought they could have just stayed inside the house. Nozomi asked Kana whether she minded that Muguru always cared for her like a little sister. Kana replied that it no longer bothered her, because she now understood the whole story. To her, as long as the two siblings could stay together, the exact nature of their relationship didn't matter. What truly troubled her was the guilt she felt and her fear over Muguru's obsession with revenge. It worried her deeply. She believed that if he weren't so blinded by hatred, they could have lived a far more peaceful life. She felt that she herself had destroyed every chance he had of living a quiet, peaceful life, and she was certain that her past self would never have wanted him to seek revenge. Nozomi said she understood how Izumi felt. Muguru, because if anyone in her team or among her friends were struck down, and she couldn't do anything to protect them, she would feel absolutely devastated. She believed she would lose herself in rage as well, tear the enemy apart, and become consumed by vengeance no matter how anyone tried to stop her. Kana then imagined how she would feel if Muguru died, and whether she would react the same way. After agreeing with Nozomi, Kana concluded that in Izumi's heart there was nothing more important than her, and that even letting her join the team was simply to keep her safe. Kana believed that she wanted Nozomi to sacrifice herself for her when the time came, because if Muguru fought alone, he wouldn't be able to fight at his full potential and might even lose his life. After giving it some thought, Kana realized she could accept that possibility, because she understood the pain of losing someone precious. Even so, Kana still wanted to be useful to Izumi Muguru in any way she could. Moreover, she firmly believed he would defeat the heroes, and insisted that Muguru needed her buffs and healing to fight at his best. That was a perfectly reasonable principle. For any hunter party, doing everything possible to protect the healer was the most basic rule of all. Therefore, Kana decided not to worry about Muguru protecting her anymore. She saw it as mutual support, and felt happy that she could help him. The next day, Kana and Nozomi discussed an emergency dungeon awaiting Muguru. Nozomi said they should leave immediately, then asked Kana what she truly wanted. Kana still intended to persuade him to abandon his revenge, but she knew he would never change his mind. Faced with that reality, she pretended everything was fine and expressed her desire to accompany them on the mission. When they arrived, they discovered a dimensional gate right in the middle of the street, an incredibly inconvenient location, because people couldn't enter the shops behind it. For that reason, the branch chief ordered the dungeon to be cleared before the end of the day. Muguru, our hero, wanted to finish it as quickly as possible and obtain the extraction stone that the branch chief had mentioned, so they entered the dungeon, and everything inside looked fairly ordinary. They even thought it seemed easier than most normal dungeons. They found the boss room remarkably quickly without encountering any trouble along the way. Muguru realized that the layout of this dungeon was suspiciously simple. The moment Nozomi stepped forward, Muguru detected a trap and shouted a warning, but she had already stepped on it. Fortunately, thanks to her magical armor, the trap failed to injure her. Muguru realized that all it fired were needles, which left him rather disappointed. Using his detection skill, Muguru discovered that those needles were invisible to the naked eye and shot out from inside the walls. Whenever someone crossed certain points, seeing the giant needles, Nozomi remarked that no one could possibly notice them. On their first visit here, Muguru explained that A-rank dungeons were always full of tricks, and this one was no exception. Suddenly, two pumpkin-shaped monsters appeared. Muguru created ice spikes and launched them, wiping out the monsters with ease. Nozomi realized they would have to deal with both monsters and traps at the same time. Muguru declared that these weak enemies posed no real threat, no matter how many of them appeared, as long as they didn't rely on tricks. He then cast a powerful fire spell and unleashed it upon the monsters, taking down many of them at once. He told Nozomi to attract the attention of as many monsters as possible. Meanwhile, Kana focused on healing her teammates. Nozomi, the pink-haired girl, gripped her sword tightly and declared that she would protect his little sister, Muguru. She charged into the monsters with all her strength. Meanwhile, Kana, the blonde girl, continuously cast healing spells. Nozomi did an excellent job drawing the monsters' attention, and Kana realized that although healing magic took time, it was very easy to use in this situation. Muguru began channeling lightning magic into his arm as he approached a giant pumpkin. He placed his hand on it and unleashed a surge of electricity. He thanked the two girls for buying him time to finish casting his spell, and with that, they won with ease. Nozomi realized that whenever Muguru focused on attacking, the battle ended almost instantly. She looked at the pumpkins that had been incinerated and destroyed by Muguru's lightning magic, and said she wanted to make his battles even easier. However, she wasn't durable enough to serve as the vanguard for him and asked how she should deal with stronger opponents. Muguru knew he couldn't drastically improve Nozomi's defense overnight, because it was limited by her class. Instead, he considered increasing her mobility. After all, no matter how powerful an enemy's attack was, it meant nothing if they couldn't hit her. Muguru said he knew a spell that could increase movement speed, and based on the current situation, he decided to teach Kana a brand new spell. 1 hour after their training session, they entered the boss room. The boss was a gigantic, enraged pumpkin, and they were about to put everything they had just learned to the test. Nozomi, who had just learned how to boost her movement and attack speed, charged forward at astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Kana had learned a new poison spell that drained the target's life force. Nozomi blocked the boss's attack with her shield, which thrilled her. While she held the front line and bought time, Muguru handled the rest of the battle. He launched a gigantic ice spike to finish off the boss and praised Nozomi for her support. After defeating the monster, they finally obtained the extraction stone. Meanwhile, Futaba and Hidaka appeared at an amusement park in Chiba Prefecture. Hidaka apologized for ruining Futaba's day, but explained that the day to put their plan into motion was drawing near. Futaba knew Hidaka had planned everything himself, so she wanted to hear the details again. In response, he explained that the complexity of the plan to recover the crystals buried across Japan required scanning the entire country. However, he revealed that the extraction stone they had just obtained could be the key to collecting all the crystals at once. Hidaka warned that the problem was that doing so would expose them, and the collection process would take a considerable amount of time. He feared that interference from any powerful hunter in the country could disrupt the plan and cause it to fail. Futaba immediately realized he was referring to Muguru Izumi. At that moment, Hidaka revealed his strategy was to fake that hunter's death. With so many unpredictable events ahead, the two of them had to be ready to fight at any moment. She responded with a puzzled expression, while Hidaka seriously reminded her that he was counting on her to make the plan succeed. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association's armory, the branch chief brought out the most expensive sword they possessed. Muguru understood that the stronger the base weapon, the greater the power it could gain through enhancement. He knew that using that sword, along with its bonus stats, would be far more beneficial than any other weapon he currently owned. The branch chief also noticed that the two girls, Nozomi and Kana, had already chosen their own weapons. Next, they followed the branch chief down to the Hunter Association's second basement level, where he explained that it was the research laboratory. There, they had developed equipment to create monsters for promotion exams. A scientist then used the powerful blue sword, together with the extraction stone, to enhance it. When the process was complete, Muguru noticed that the weapon's appearance hadn't changed at all. However, he decided to give it a test swing, promising to hold back since they were indoors. He gently swung the sword, and it unleashed an incredibly powerful wave of magical energy that burst forth. The entire group was stunned, but the branch Chief was absolutely thrilled. Muguru realized that the sword had become vastly more powerful, and that technology had advanced tremendously over the centuries. He realized that the magic powered by the extraction stone was a groundbreaking innovation developed only 5 years ago, meaning the heroes still knew nothing about this advancement. Muguru thought the only way to increase his stats was to keep clearing dungeons. To accomplish that, he needed enough firepower to fight against the other two heroes. Fortunately, thanks to Nozomi's new shield, she could withstand far more damage, while Kana's new staff greatly reduced her spellcasting time. The branch chief expressed his wish to do even more for their hero, but Muguru said that was already more than enough. Now, he wanted to test the sword's power. As soon as possible, the branch chief immediately offered to prepare B-rank monster for him. While on a phone call, he said he would call back later. The branch chief asked Muguru, the reincarnated hero, to stay calm because he had some shocking news. He revealed that monsters had begun pouring out of Masubara's dungeon in Shanghai. Immediately, Muguru realized that Masubara had been killed, which was why the monsters had escaped from his dungeon. Although he desperately wanted to know what had happened, his top priority was eliminating the monsters. If the situation was left unchecked, the monster horde would eventually flood into Japan, which meant that Muguru had to conquer the S-rank dungeon as quickly as possible. The cause was only secondary. The biggest problem was that the monster horde was overrunning the area. Muguru was ready to take on an S-rank dungeon immediately, because once a dungeon master had been defeated, the risk of the dungeon collapsing became extremely high. The branch chief desperately wanted to rely on Muguru's strength, but he had no intention of forcing him. However, he didn't even need to, as our protagonist declared that he would go there and handle the situation himself. After all, if they didn't go, no one else could solve it. It was an extremely serious crisis, and if it wasn't contained, Japan would suffer the consequences, putting Kana's safety in grave danger. They boarded a private jet, and 3 hours later, they were flying over Shanghai. As they prepared to land, they discovered that the runway had been destroyed, making a normal landing impossible. Our protagonist unbuckled his seatbelt and said this spot would do, leading everyone else to think he was about to parachute down. Instead, he jumped straight out without a parachute, carrying Kana in his arms, while Nozomi leaped after them. They then activated an anti-gravity spell and landed gently without any hard impact. Nozomi thought she was about to die, and Muguru apologized, explaining that he hadn't had time to explain his plan in detail. He realized that the local hunters were fairly weak and were struggling against the monsters. No matter how many of them there were, they were still at a disadvantage, because the monsters came from an S-rank dungeon and were incredibly powerful. For the time being, he would clear them out by himself, casting multiple spells at once. A rain of ice began pouring down. The razor-sharp spikes pierced through the monster horde and wiped them out. The monsters began to dissolve, just like monsters do when a dungeon has been conquered. More importantly, Muguru asked whether the local hunters understood the current situation. Although they didn't know the reason, the hunters still believed Masubara was deliberately unleashing the monsters, remembering that the same thing had happened 25 years ago before the nationwide uprising was suppressed. Our protagonist knew that the red-haired hero from the past had committed terrible atrocities. Even so, panic continued to spread among the civilians, fueled by misinformation. However, Muguru made it clear that this situation was completely different because Masubara had already been defeated. The hunters couldn't believe the news that he had been killed and kept pressing Izumi for answers. He explained that there were actually two sources of magic, one from the body and another from the dungeon, and he could now sense only one of them, which meant the dungeon master had disappeared. This place was collapsing, causing the monsters to pour outside. They still refused to believe it until they saw the truth with their own eyes. Just then, Masubara appeared and tried to ambush Muguru. At the very last second, our hero drew his sword just in time and blocked the massive hammer swing. The red-haired Masubara openly declared that the truth was he was still alive and standing right before everyone's eyes. Seeing him attack, the girls were stunned that he was still alive. They remembered that the monsters had scattered because the dungeon master had disappeared, yet that made no sense if Masubara was still alive. Without the slightest hesitation, Muguru declared that he would deal with Masubara first and figure out why everything had turned out this way later. Immediately, Masubara charged forward and swung his massive hammer, but our hero swiftly dodged it. Muguru taunted him, remarking that his attacks seemed less accurate than before. The red-haired man loudly denied it. Meanwhile, Muguru knew he had fought him only recently, so there was no way he could have forgotten Masubara's fighting style. His own stats had definitely improved since then, and his weapon had become far stronger. While Muguru was lost in thought, his enemy charged forward again with his hammer, trying to raise the pace of the battle. Muguru used his newly enhanced sword to block the attack, astonishing his enemy. Although Izumi didn't fully understand the situation, he pointed out that Masubara seemed weaker than during their previous encounter. Muguru then declared that he would end the fight with his next attack and began gathering red magic in his hand. His enemy replied that he had no choice but to use his ultimate technique. Muguru thought he was merely stalling for time and told him that trick wouldn't work. He immediately unleashed his incredibly powerful fire magic, creating a massive explosion that engulfed Masubara. At that very moment, two perfect copies of him suddenly appeared before Muguru. Nozomi was shocked to see three Masubara standing in the same place. Kana feared she wouldn't be able to tell which one was the real Masubara. Our hero tried to figure out when his enemy had gained this ability. Before long, the two copies began copying the techniques Muguru was using. One charged forward with powerful sword strikes, while the other began casting fire magic. However, Muguru realized that although the techniques were identical, their attacks seemed noticeably weaker. Having to fight multiple enemies at the same time was a real headache for him. Suddenly, a blazing attack came hurtling toward him, and he realized he wouldn't be able to dodge it in time. So he answered with the same spell, but with far greater power, wiping out the attack. He quickly regained his footing and reassured his team that he was completely fine without a single scratch. At the same time, however, the copies were still alive and completely unharmed. At that moment, Muguru noticed that the marks on the copies' hands looked different. The patterns on the seals engraved on the copies had changed. All of these contradictions led him to conclude that the enemy, the Masubara before him, was only a fake. And suddenly, everything became clear. He remembered that Hidaka Asahi possessed the ability to summon monsters at will. Hidaka had summoned monsters that could mimic a human's appearance. So after killing the real Masubara, Hidaka created a copy of him. The power crest that allowed them to copy a person's appearance and abilities was the mark visible on the copy's hands. However, Muguru knew that Hidaka couldn't copy a person's current stat. At that moment, Muguru bit his fingertip, letting his warm blood flow onto the power crest. An overwhelming aura began radiating from him, and he signaled the two girls to follow his lead. The strength of the copies was directly proportional to the amount of mana Hidaka had infused into them. When split into two, they became weaker because their stats were divided in half. This was exactly the opportunity Muguru needed to take control of the battle. He shouted for Nozomi to make her move, and she immediately charged at the copies. With her sword, she unleashed a powerful spinning slash. One copy responded with an ice spell, while the other rushed in with its sword. As Nozomi took the strike, she used her shield to defend herself but realized she was being cornered. Watching everything from a distance, Kana began preparing a poison spell. The moment the deadly poison took effect on one of the copies, it immediately began to weaken. Seizing that opportunity, Muguru immediately stabbed the other copy from behind. After knocking the copy's weapon away, he mocked it, saying that if this had been the real Masubara, he would have predicted the attack and countered in time. Then he drove his blade straight through the copy's heart, officially putting an end to one of them. Our hero said he could only do it thanks to the two girls, and sincerely thanked them. At that very moment, Izumi unleashed a blazing fire spell at the remaining copy. It was instantly destroyed and vanished. He felt deeply satisfied that the situation had finally been resolved, but that relief was soon replaced by an uneasy feeling, as Izumi tried to understand why Hidaka had created those copies. In the end, he decided it was time to stop overthinking. Then, together with Kana and Nozomi, they headed toward the S-rank dungeon. Kana and Nozomi had never set foot inside an S-rank dungeon before, nor had they ever seen so many different monsters gathered in one place. Even so, Izumi quickly proved that those creatures posed no real threat. He cut them down with astonishing ease. Although, at first, the two girls thought only he possessed such overwhelming power, they soon realized they could keep up and defeat the monsters themselves. The creatures there were just as strong and resilient as the monsters they had fought outside, but thanks to their new weapons and their ability to draw out their full potential, the group was able to overwhelm them. The very fact that they were now fighting side by side proved how much stronger they had become, filling both Kana and Nozomi with a sense of accomplishment. Even so, Kana still felt that she was falling behind. But Izumi immediately reassured her, saying that her level had also increased dramatically, and that she was just as strong as everyone else. At last, the group opened the door to the boss room and came face to face with a massive demon clad in heavy armor. Without hesitation, Nozomi dashed forward in a flash, leaped into the air and brought down a powerful sword strike. However, the demon retaliated fiercely, forcing her to abort the attack and retreat. Nozomi realized she had drawn the creature's attention, the gigantic gargoyle-like monster, and Izumi immediately seized the opportunity to cast an ice spell in support of his teammate. However, to everyone's astonishment, the creature didn't even flinch when the ice spike struck it. Izumi then used that attack as a distraction and charged straight toward the gargoyle, taking advantage of its blind spot to unleash a devastating spell. A violent surge of purple energy blew the creature away, killing it instantly and ending the battle. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and celebrated their victory. But Izumi quickly warned them that the real challenge was only just beginning. They soon discovered another teleportation gate, and Izumi told the two girls to stay on guard at all times. Kana and Nozomi had assumed the demon they defeated was the final boss. However, the amount of mana emanating from the dungeon clearly showed that this couldn't be the final room. After all, this was an S-rank dungeon, and there were certainly many more rooms waiting to be explored. Stepping through the new teleportation gate, they arrived in another chamber with a spiral staircase leading upward. After passing through another door, they received a warning that once they moved forward, they would be unable to return until everything had been completely cleared. Understanding this, the group resolved to press on. They climbed the spiral staircase until they reached another door on the second floor, where the room was illuminated by torches, casting an eerie purple glow. The chamber appeared to be empty of monsters, and Izumi calmly walked toward the center. The moment he stepped forward, gargoyles suddenly appeared out of nowhere and began circling above them. Nozomi realized that if they kept fighting the same way, dealing with these new monsters wouldn't be difficult at all. The battle began, and everyone understood that as long as they fought side by side, they could overcome any challenge. Nozomi charged forward with her weapon, delivering a precise slash to one of the monsters while blocking its attacks. After she drew the monster's attention, Izumi unleashed his devastating purple magic, gradually reducing the number of gargoyles. One after another, Izumi, the reincarnated hero, realized the monsters had become much more wary of him after that attack. Little did they know they weren't fighting him alone. While the gargoyles were busy focusing on him, Nozomi circled around and attacked from behind. Caught between attacks from both the front and the rear, the monsters quickly fell into disarray. Although their individual stats weren't low, their lack of coordination was painfully obvious. Izumi wondered whether this was the limit of Masubara, the creator of this dungeon, or simply his personal preference. Either way, it no longer mattered because to them, these creatures were no longer a real threat. Izumi then cast an ice rain spell, finishing off several gargoyles at once. Kana was deeply impressed and said they should always fight like this from now on. Izumi agreed, emphasizing that as long as they remained alert and struck with precision, they would have nothing to worry about. The group continued their journey, conquering the dungeon one floor at a time. On the third floor, they encountered a ferocious werewolf. On the fourth, they faced a gigantic ogre. They overcame every trial until they reached the fifth floor, the final stage of Masubara's S-rank dungeon, where a horrifying sight awaited them, a gigantic and terrifying dragon that reminded them of the Sky Dungeon's final boss. Izumi warned the two girls that this opponent would be far more difficult, but after everything they had overcome, he confidently declared that there was no enemy they couldn't defeat together. He then prepared for battle, gripping his sword tightly as he faced the dragon head-on. From the moment they stepped into that room, turning back was no longer an option. Even if the enemy was overwhelmingly powerful, they had no choice but to defeat it. Sticking to the strategy they had planned, Nozomi charged in first to draw the dragon's attention. At that very moment, the monster prepared to unleash a five-same, lightning-fast tail sweep toward her. The young woman quickly saw through the attack and nimbly flipped away to evade it. She then launched herself upward, until she was level with the monster. With her current abilities, she was still able to predict the dragon's movements, but suddenly, a massive fireball came, rushing straight toward her, leaving Nozomi frozen in fear. Feeling there was no way she could dodge the attack, she instinctively shut her eyes. At that critical moment, Meguru pulled her into his arms and whisked her away from the fatal blow. Enraged, the dragon began spewing a barrage of devastating flames, but Kana, using her magic, quickly created protective barriers around the group. Those barriers not only protected Meguru and Nozomi, the two primary targets, but also shielded the entire party. Izumi realized Nozomi had gotten dangerously close to the dragon, a clear sign of how much she had grown stronger. Even so, Nozomi still blamed herself because at the decisive moment, she had been unable to act. Meanwhile, Meguru, our protagonist, saw the monster beginning to gather a sphere of purple energy in its mouth, sending chills down his spine. He had no choice but to use a smokescreen. To buy some time, he quickly cast a spell that engulfed the dragon in dense fog, disorienting it and blocking its vision. He then activated his detection skill to observe the surroundings even through the thick smoke. Kana, his little sister, was terrified because she couldn't see anything, and Meguru pulled her into his arms to reassure her, since he could perceive everything perfectly. During those brief moments, the dragon proved it was far more intelligent than it looked. After assessing the combat abilities of all three of them and focusing on Kana, their old strategy would no longer work. Meguru decided that Nozomi would switch positions, while Kana, the pink-haired girl and the party's healer, needed to protect herself and maintain a defensive stance. Placing a hand on his sister's shoulder, he assured her that she was fully capable of carrying out that role, because he knew that, in her current state, Kana was already strong enough to protect herself. As long as she believed in herself, he could fight with everything he had. Filled with determination, the pink-haired girl gripped her shield tightly and assured the hero that she could protect herself. From that moment on, the battle became a fight where each of them had their own role. Meguru drew his sword and confronted the dragon. Without wasting a second, it cast fire magic and unleashed a blazing breath attack. Izumi Meguru swiftly dodged the attack, and as he did, he thought about Nozomi, who had grown remarkably strong lately. In the past, he had always felt anxious about protecting Kana by himself, but now he could finally trust Nozomi to take on that responsibility. That gave him peace of mind, allowing him to focus entirely on the final boss, and greatly improving their chances of victory. The dragon took to the skies, launching a barrage of attacks and stone spikes, but our protagonist used his sword to deflect every single one. At that moment, the only thing Meguru could do was launch a spell that struck the dragon squarely in the back. However, the monster was completely unharmed, proving just how incredible its endurance was. Ordinary attacks dealt very little damage, but Meguru knew that no matter how tough the monster was, it had to have a weakness. Watching the creature's joints, he noticed they were exceptionally flexible. All he needed to do was concentrate his attacks there. Meguru charged in, aiming for the joints, but the ferocious monster had no intention of letting him get close. The instant the dragon attacked, he seized the opportunity. He slipped beneath its belly and unleashed a sword strike. That slash pierced the dragon's weak point, leaving a deep gash across one of its leg joints. The monster roared in agony. Blood poured relentlessly from the wound, bringing down Zuha. Gigantic monster with a single attack was truly remarkable. Our protagonist gripped his sword tightly and boldly, declared that he would end this battle right now. The dragon immediately dove toward the ground to attack him, and Meguru sensed that something was wrong. The creature began transforming, changing color. At the same time, the mana it wielded also began to change. This was the phenomenon that occurred after it had taken a certain amount of damage. The monster would transform and greatly enhance all of its stats. As soon as it transformed, the dragon turned pure white and fired a powerful blue energy beam straight at our protagonist. Meguru swung his sword, pouring an immense amount of power into it to withstand the devastating blast. He managed to block the attack, but quickly realized he couldn't completely overpower its tremendous force. At that very moment, the dragon's power overwhelmed everything, sending our protagonist flying. Kana ran over in panic to heal him, but he shouted for her not to come any closer, because if the dragon targeted her, he wouldn't be able to protect her. He knew he had to defeat this monster on his own. Kana was heartbroken and frustrated because he was always like this, always trying to play the hero alone. Then Meguru pulled out a full recovery potion. If he managed to survive this ordeal, he promised himself he would trust his little sister more. He actually preferred being healed by her, but if the dragon discovered they possessed healing magic, things would become much more troublesome. His only solution was to act in an instant and slay the dragon. No sooner thought than done. He leaped up until he was level with the monster, just as it was about to unleash the same spell again. Having already witnessed the power of its breath attack, our protagonist cast a spell toward the ground to propel himself even higher. After dodging the attack, he drew his sword and charged straight for the dragon's wings, with all his strength, delivering an incredibly precise and razor-sharp slash that severed them clean off. The attack was devastatingly effective, causing the dragon to roar in agony before crashing heavily to the ground. Muguru didn't even have a second to rest. As he prepared his next attack, the dragon swung its tail violently toward him, interrupting the reincarnated hero's assault. He was forced to dodge the vicious tail strike. The moment he avoided the attack, the monster, despite its massive size, proved to be astonishingly agile. It lunged forward in a flash and slashed at Izumi Muguru with its razor-sharp claws. Caught completely off guard, Muguru couldn't react in time. The blow connected, sending him crashing into the rock wall. The impact sent excruciating pain through his entire body. While the girls watched in obvious concern, ready to rush over and help him, our hero understood that stat differences could sometimes be overcome with equipment and skills. But this time, he had to admit the gap in power between himself and the monster was simply impossible to overcome. Faced with such an overwhelming disadvantage, he quickly drank a full recovery potion. Muguru calculated that if he destroyed that rock wall, he could create an escape route. His plan was to act as bait so the two girls could escape, because he could no longer see any other way. With that resolve, he shouted for them to listen carefully, declaring that he would smash through the wall. But before he could finish explaining the plan, the white dragon charged at him once again. The monster's tail strike shattered the spell our protagonist had been charging, destroying his plan before it could begin. As the dragon prepared to swing its tail again, Muguru quickly conjured a magic barrier to defend himself. He remembered that this very protective charm had saved him from countless fatal blows. Looking at the monster's enormous size, he couldn't find a single opening to exploit. Suddenly, the purple crest appeared on his hand again, just like before. The system then asked whether he wanted to activate the mark of responsibility to obtain ultimate power. Muguru knew that if he accepted, he would gain limitless strength and be able to defeat the monster. However, he also understood that if he failed to kill his target within 300 seconds, he would lose his life. As the dragon roared furiously, Muguru felt the crushing pressure and didn't know what to do. Without a moment's hesitation, his answer was no. He understood that even if he sacrificed himself to bring the dragon down, that still wouldn't guarantee Kana's safety forever. So he decided to let the girls escape first before retreating with them. Even if he had to act as bait, Muguru had no intention of dying there. He began chanting a new spell that froze several of the dragon's weak points, including one of its massive claws. Just as he regained his confidence and became certain he could win, the monster shattered the ice. At that very moment, another glowing crest with radiant wings appeared on his hand. It was the mark of hope, which could only last for 30 seconds. Muguru realized it carried no risks and was completely different from the mark of responsibility, so he decided to activate it. His stats skyrocketed by 500 points, and he felt immense power surging through his veins. He knew 30 seconds was incredibly short, but he believed it would be enough. He charged straight toward the dragon as it tried to slaughter him with its claws. In an instant, he slipped past the attack, because he could see through every move the dragon made. There was no time to waste. Muguru realized the dragon was charging up its poisonous breath. Even though it was a reckless move, he still chose to close the distance, leaping forward and casting a spell toward the ground to propel himself even higher. As he closed in on his enemy, he was certain this would be the finishing blow. He hurled an ice spear with all his might just as the dragon spewed a stream of sickly green poison. The two forces collided in a violent clash until the monster was struck head-on, utterly defeated, and completely annihilated. Our hero received a bonus that doubled his stats. Just what you'd expect from an S-rank dungeon. He also gained an extra 50 stat points thanks to the mark of responsibility. As for the mark of hope's side effect, unlike the other mark, it didn't drain his strength at all, leaving him wondering where that mark had come from. Once everything was over, he received the soul mark, a high-tier reward. However, he couldn't notice any obvious changes to his appearance, and wondered if he could now use Masubara's powers. Just then, Kana appeared, calling out his name as she threw her arms around him. The reincarnated hero assured her he was fine, easing his little sister's worries, who had just realized how much stronger her brother had suddenly become. Nozomi Asked whether the enemy, letting its guard down, had been part of his plan, Muguru replied that it wasn't. He had simply felt an overwhelming surge of power that even he didn't fully understand. He promised to explain everything after he had investigated it thoroughly, but for now, he wanted to leave this place immediately. Even though he still didn't fully understand what had happened, he was happy that they had completely cleared the dungeon. Meanwhile, as Muguru contacted the Hunter Association branch chief, let's rewind to the events that took place 8 hours earlier. Futaba and Hidaka watched the hunters landing from their aircraft and realized the time had come. Somewhere in the city center, several skeletons clawed at a fence, drawing the attention of a guard. Futaba, the one controlling the undead skeletons, deceived the guard before she cast a curse that killed him. She struck him down because he dared to touch her with those filthy hands. At that moment, she curled her lips into a sinister grin and declared that the real fun was only just beginning. If they could reach the evacuation camp, they would be able to contact each other. Nozomi suggested heading toward the airport, although Muguru thought it was far too far away. Despite his objections, the group still made their way to the evacuation camp, where they found countless injured people. Kana was horrified by the sight, while Izumi bitterly remarked that wounds inflicted by monsters could never truly be healed. Kana, his beloved little sister, realized he was speaking from personal experience. The moment they stepped into a medical tent, Muguru immediately asked the hunters about the extent of the damage. They explained that the situation was critical, with countless people injured, and the severe shortage of healers left them with no idea what to do. Although Izumi desperately wanted to help, he felt powerless, because he was only a classless hunter, and this task was far beyond what he could accomplish. Even for an expert like Kana, the scale of the disaster was simply overwhelming and impossible to handle alone. Just then, Kana asked to borrow some of Muguru's mana. She explained that her mana was nearly depleted, and she urgently needed his help. She went on to explain that although healers weren't especially good at restoring vitality directly, they were exceptionally skilled at transferring mana, meaning they could turn the tide by drawing mana from others and distributing it to those in need. Suddenly, everyone's wounds began healing, leaving the injured completely astonished, calling it a miracle. Kana turned to thank Muguru, saying the credit belonged to him because it was his mana that made the miracle possible. Izumi was deeply impressed. He believed that even with enough mana, I still could never have accomplished something like this. At the same time, he couldn't stop praising his little sister's incredible achievement. Nozomi also hugged her tightly, congratulating her for healing everyone. After a brief sigh of relief, Muguru announced that no more monsters would appear. He revealed to the hunters that he, Kana, and Izumi had conquered the dungeon. Everyone listened in shock as he explained that someone had undoubtedly killed Masubara, which was the reason the dungeon had gone berserk and unleashed all those monsters. While everyone present wondered who could possibly have killed a former hero, Muguru proposed an unconfirmed theory that it had been a fake Masubara left behind by Hidaka. Given the complexity of the situation, he couldn't think of any other plausible culprit. The hunters expressed their gratitude, acknowledging the strength of Japanese hunters like Muguru. As for him, he was about to contact the chairman of the Plies Hunter Association to report the situation, when he suddenly received 2 voice messages. Listening to the first message, he heard the chairman shouting that something extremely serious had just happened. The second message reported that Futaba and Hidaka had appeared in the central district with a sinister plan, and immediately afterward, thousands of S-rank dungeons had appeared all across Tokyo. The chairman then apologized for asking Izumi and Muguru to return immediately despite their complete exhaustion. The message revealed that 7 hours earlier, Hidaka and Futaba had arrived in the district to carry out the first step of their plan, to set Hidaka's final scheme into motion. He mentioned the shattered magic stones scattered all across Japan, and because of that, there was no alternative, except to search for and collect every single fragment. However, Hidaka boldly declared that he was completely different from the other heroes. After summoning his monsters, he ordered them to transport the magic stones throughout Japan. His strategy had become crystal clear, by using the immense amount of mana stored within those stones to bring them to the surface. The shattered fragments would automatically gather around the floating dungeon ruins. Filled with ambition, Hidaka knew that all he had to do was wait for the magic stone fragments to fall obediently into his hands. Futaba was deeply impressed and pulled out her phone to photograph the magic stones. An hour later, she asked how much longer the plan would take, and Hidaka estimated about 6 more hours. Clearly annoyed, Futaba decided to return to the hotel, telling him to call her if anything happened and he needed her back. Finding her attitude rather childish, Hidaka said goodbye and continued alone. Hidaka knew that the Japanese hunters, including Muguru, were still occupied in China. As long as nothing major happened, he believed he could handle everything by himself, feeling that the moment he would become a god was drawing near. Suddenly, the floating dungeon ruins above the district began to glow. The dungeon had collapsed hundreds of years ago, yet its ruins had remained to this day. There were also traces of Hidaka and Futaba's presence nearby, although at the moment, only the fat man could be seen. The chairman warned that there was a high probability that the former hero Hidaka was involved in all of this, and that Muguru's group were the only people they could trust to resolve the crisis. At last, the hunter team arrived in Tokyo. Nozomi asked Muguru if he could still fight, since his sword had been broken. Muguru, our hero, recalled the moment the dragon's attack had shattered his weapon. Fortunately, Izumi had kept the magic stone and managed to forge another sword identical to the broken one. Muguru, our protagonist, took up the new blade and, together with everyone else, activated anti-gravity magic to fly toward the location. At that very moment, the reincarnated Muguru finally came face to face with Hidaka once again after so long. The former hero, Hidaka, was completely caught off guard by Muguru's sudden appearance. The speed at which our protagonist arrived left him utterly stunned. From Hidaka's reaction, Muguru realized that he was the one responsible for Masubara's death. Even so, Hidaka remained confident of victory. He believed he had already secured his win, and that Muguru could no longer do anything to stop him. Assessing the situation, Muguru knew he had to eliminate Hidaka to crush his entire scheme. Without a moment's hesitation, Muguru activated the mark on his hand, instantly filling his enemy with fear. At that very moment, countless clones of Muguru appeared alongside numerous copies of Masubara. Hidaka finally fell into despair. He realized that he had needed only a little more time for his plan to succeed perfectly. Sensing the enemy's panic, Muguru called for Nozomi and Kanato. Finish the battle as quickly as possible. All three immediately readied their weapons. The mark on Muguru's hand blazed brightly as he prepared to unleash his magic. Erupting with an overwhelming aura, Muguru charged straight at his enemy, while Kana chanted a spell and Nozomi fought by his side. The strength of the copies depended directly on the amount of mana Hidaka poured into them, although at first glance, having many copies seemed like an advantage. Dividing his mana among 5 bodies made each one significantly weaker. Nozomi hurled her axe at one of the copies, but it skillfully caught the weapon and counterattacked. The copy swung the axe, nearly splitting the girl in half, but she barely managed to dodge. It immediately followed up with another attack, forcing Nozomi to block it with her shield. Then she used that very shield to knock the copy away. As the copy tried to seize the chance to strike again, Muguru appeared and slammed it into the ground. As more and more copies were defeated, Hidaka's despair continued to grow. Only 2 copies remained, and one of them wielded a massive shield. One of the 2 girls, likely Nozomi, charged in to attack with her weapon, but the enormous shield blocked the strike. The copy, Smearked, then slammed her with its own shield, sending her flying backward. Immediately afterward, she was struck by a powerful punch that launched her even farther and left her badly injured. She realized that the copies in Japan were stronger than the ones they had fought in China, and wondered what the hell was going on when she saw the 5 copies get back up, looking even stronger than before. One of the copies cast a fire spell at Muguru, but he dodged it with ease. Muguru noticed the overwhelming power of the spells they could cast, and wondered why they weren't attacking with everything they had. He then decided to use one of his most powerful techniques to end this battle once and for all. He chanted a spell, causing razor-sharp spikes to erupt from the ground. The shield-bearing copy hurriedly raised its guard against the attack. Muguru took advantage of that defensive stance and charged in, attacking from below, where the target had no line of sight. His attack only left a small cut on the copy's arm. Its skin was unbelievably tough. Muguru wondered why the copy had switched to attacking, despite possessing such incredible defense. It should have simply ignored his attacks and swung its sword in a direct assault. After considering every possible explanation, he came up with several theories. To confirm one of them, Muguru decided to run an experiment and drew his sword. While the 2 girls pulled out their phones, he cast a ground-level spell. The magic created a massive wall of ice, separating the copies. As the trio advanced to attack them, Muguru charged at the 2 copies. delivering a slash that knocked them down and dealt significant damage. When one of them attacked him with a slender sword, Muguru blocked the strike and snapped the weapon in half, then used his strength to hurl the copy away. The remaining copy tried to throw a punch, but Muguru countered with a spell. A gigantic ice spike pierced straight through the copy's body. Muguru believed the message he had sent the girls was about separating the enemy with barrier magic, and with Kana's support magic, he could press the attack while Nozomi focused on defense with her shield. The two girls fought, far more in sync as they faced the two copies. Kana neutralized the copy's spell by grabbing its fingers and disrupting the incantation. At that exact moment, Nozomi seized the opening and swung her sword, finishing off the enemy. Thanks to Muguru's strategy, they managed to defeat the toughest copies. It seemed these imposters didn't possess well-balanced stats. One had high attack power but was fragile, while the one that specialized in powerful magic was weak in every other aspect. Instead of being well-rounded, each one excelled only in specific areas. Muguru's strategy was simple: expose their weaknesses and exploit the gaps they couldn't cover. He believed he had completely figured out how these copies worked. He also declared that such cheap tricks would never work against him, and that Hidaka had underestimated the three of them. Meanwhile, Hidaka tried to buy another 5 minutes. He believed his plan was flawless, but knowing it might not work perfectly, he had already prepared backup measures, treating the current situation as a test. Now that Muguru fully understood the enemy's stats, Hidaka dismissed the copies, then declared that Muguru's chance of victory was 0. Our hero, Muguru, replied that they would have to wait and see how the battle would unfold. Hidaka used the imitation power crest, which also allowed him to use copied abilities on himself. Then Hidaka picked up a crystal and used it to create countless copies of himself. Muguru found the whole display utterly ridiculous, because he had already anticipated it and believed the outcome would be the same. He conjured several fireballs and hurled them at the bulky copies through the cloud of dust. The remaining copies used a crystal to summon a gigantic monster. Their counterattack took the form of a terrifying giant centipede that charged at our protagonist. It unleashed a lightning-fast, devastating tail strike that caught him off guard. On top of that, countless skeletons began pouring out of spatial portals, making Muguru fear for a moment that he wouldn't be able to dodge. The skeletal horde swarmed over him, piling on top of him and crushing him beneath their weight. However, our hero suddenly stood back, up and blasted the undead away. Hidaka commented that Muguru made far too many unnecessary moves. He declared that he didn't need overwhelming defenses or devastating attacks, because as long as he maintained balance, victory was guaranteed. Muguru noticed that Hidaka only reinforced the areas that were about to take a direct hit. This created a major problem because Hidaka was using mana extracted from the crystal to summon his copies. If he could use this technique indefinitely, then the longer the battle lasted, the more disadvantageous it would become for the trio. A skeleton charged at Muguru, and he instantly struck it down. Realizing it was impossible to eliminate such an enormous number of monsters, he decided to reveal his trump card and asked Hidaka if he had ever heard of a true copy created by the Soul Mark. It was a new mark that Muguru had obtained after conquering Masubara's dungeon, and he instinctively understood how to use it. Then, a crimson-winged crest appeared on the back of his hand. All he needed now was the crystal, the very same kind of stone Masubara had once used to create copies in Japan. Unlike Hidaka, Muguru couldn't create copies of other people. Even so, under the current circumstances, his unique ability proved to be far superior in combat, and he activated the mark. Muguru dashed straight toward his enemy, using Masubara's ability that he had obtained after clearing the dungeon. This left Hidaka completely stunned because he had never heard of such a technique, and never imagined he would have to face a copy of Muguru. The first Muguru cast an incredibly powerful purple spell. Meanwhile, the second Muguru charged forward and slashed the giant centipede with his sword. Thanks to their flawless coordination, they landed a devastating blow on the giant centipede. The girls felt that what Muguru was doing was simply unbelievable. They couldn't tell which one was the real Izumi and assumed that the real one was the swordsman who had jumped in front of them to protect them. Muguru explained that Hidaka's mark belonged to the summoning magic system, but both versions of Muguru standing there were real. Their only difference was the nature of their abilities. To put it simply, Muguru said that he had merely split himself into two halves. At that very moment, both of them simultaneously charged up a devastating lightning spell, and unleashed it straight at the enemy. With two versions of himself, his combat power had effectively doubled. That overwhelming strength was proven immediately, when one of them unleashed a massive bolt of lightning at the centipede, obliterating it with a single spell. Even Hidaka was blasted away by the attack. Our protagonist immediately slipped behind him and began making full use of his specialized stats. Muguru swung his sword, slicing straight through Hidaka, destroying the former hero's copy, leaving only the trembling original behind, paralyzed with fear. A strike with such precision and specialization was incredibly dangerous. But Muguru wanted to overwhelm him with an overwhelmingly powerful technique, and in doing so, he exposed his enemy's fatal weakness. At that very moment, Muguru succeeded in tearing off one of Hidaka's arms. Muguru mocked him, saying this victory had been far easier than he had imagined, leaving Hidaka drowning in utter despair. As he realized he had lost an arm, pointing the tip of his sword directly at him, Muguru roared, demanding to know Futaba's whereabouts. Suddenly, Muguru felt an enormous surge of mana reaching a critical overload. At that very moment, Hidaka's mana crystallization process was finally complete. He burst into maniacal laughter and loudly declared that he was the true victor of this battle. He desperately crawled toward his mana crystal, but our protagonist had no intention of letting him succeed. Muguru mercilessly finished the villain with a thrust through his back, leaving the girls utterly speechless at the brutal sight. After sending Hidaka to his grave, Muguru walked over to the mana crystal and picked it up in the palm of his hand. The system immediately displayed a prompt asking whether he wished to use the mana crystal to absorb divinity. Our protagonist didn't even understand what absorbing divinity meant when the villain let out a weak groan, calling out to him and begging him to hand over the mana crystal. Muguru was slightly surprised to see that Hidaka was still barely breathing despite the fatal wound. Hidaka whispered that the crystal was completely useless in Muguru's hands and told him to hand it over obediently. Muguru coldly replied that whether it was useful or not was for him alone to decide, so he calmly asked what the crystal actually did that made Hidaka desire it so desperately. He declared that his answer would determine his decision, and whether he would even consider the villain's request. Despite being gravely wounded and barely clinging to life, Hidaka still insisted on revealing that the crystal possessed the power to turn him into a god. Without letting Muguru waste any more time, he ordered him to hand over the crystal immediately. Regardless of how things had come to this, Muguru instinctively felt that giving the crystal to his enemy would be an incredibly foolish decision, so he flatly rejected the villain's request. Seeing this, Hidaka told Muguru to look around and see that the spatial distortions caused by the crystal had already begun forming new dungeons. He then warned that if the crystal continued to exert its influence for much longer, those dungeons would soon be fully formed. Hidaka argued that Japan simply didn't have enough military strength to wipe out all the massive dungeons that were about to emerge. That was precisely why he didn't want to witness any more meaningless sacrifices and longed to ascend to godhood so he could personally eradicate those threats. Muguru coldly told him to shut up, though deep down he admitted that without divine power intervening, this crisis truly had no peaceful solution. Even so, he refused to stand by and watch his enemy ascend the throne as the supreme god, instead of entrusting the lives of countless people to a villain like Hidaka. Muguru decided that he himself would become the one to ascend to godhood. At that very moment, Muguru decisively pressed the button on the system interface. However, he was informed that the ascension to godhood had failed because he was unqualified. Hidaka explained that only a dungeon master could become a god. He warned that if they ignored the dungeons, the monsters would pour out and invade Earth. Hidaka then asked whether Muguru was willing to let everyone die because of his decision, claiming it would be no different from him personally massacring them. Muguru was at a loss over what to do, because he had no intention of handing the crystal over to Hidaka, but he also realized that if he didn't, there was no other way to turn the situation around. He was completely cornered. He looked at Hidaka, who smugly waited for him to hand over the crystal. In the end, there seemed to be no other way out. At that very moment, a spatial portal opened right behind Kana. Skeletons rushed out, trying to grab her by the leg. Hidaka pressured Muguru to make his decision quickly, if he didn't want the girl to get hurt. However, before Muguru could make a move, Hidaka was struck by a fatal sword slash to the head and died. Our protagonist, Muguru, declared that harming Kana was a crime he would never forgive. Consumed by rage, He finished Hidaka off with his sword. Now that the former hero and dungeon master was dead, Muguru wondered what he should do next. He considered giving the mana crystal to another dungeon master so they could ascend to godhood. He thought of Futaba, but after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea, knowing full well she was nothing but trouble. Kana suggested that the three of them think it through together to find a solution. The moment Muguru handed the crystal to his sister, the magical artifact resonated and began glowing brilliantly in Kana's hands. Kana said she might be able to do something with the magic artifact and asked him to entrust it to her. Our protagonist immediately agreed. Suddenly, countless unfamiliar memories flooded the girl's mind. She guessed they were memories from her previous life and began accepting the memories of Saint Kana. Although she couldn't recall every detail, she felt that if she merged completely with those memories, she could change the current situation. First, she needed to understand the flow of mana radiating from the crystal. Once she fully understood it and sensed the movement of its energy, she would reshape and condense it. Suddenly, they realized the mana within the crystal had weakened, and the dungeons were beginning to disappear. Everyone asked Kana what she had done. She explained that it was a sealing technique, used to suppress the mana leaking from the crystal. Afterward, she sealed all of that mana away. Muguru asked his sister where she had learned to do that. Kana replied that the moment she touched the crystal, memories from her previous life came flooding back. Although she wasn't very confident, she decided to give it a try and successfully sealed the crystal within the dungeons. Our protagonist believed this was the power of her previous life, and that Saint Kana being able to do this made perfect sense. However, it seemed that her memories still hadn't fully returned. Muguru decided to set the matter aside for now, since it had solved the immediate problem, and he didn't forget to thank his sister for saving everyone. Just then Muguru received a call from the branch director, who had watched the entire live broadcast. The branch director congratulated him on his remarkable performance, but also warned that it was still far too early to let his guard down. After all, even though the former hero, Hidaka, had been eliminated, Futaba was still alive. Muguru thought that since he had defeated her once before, tracking her down would be a piece of cake. However, the branch director informed him over the phone that they had already located Futaba. Meanwhile, Futaba stood on the rooftop of a building, intently watching the footage from her drone. She realized the situation was far worse than she had expected, because she had never imagined the trio would be that powerful. Now that her ally had just been killed, she knew she would be the next target. Realizing that she needed to get out of there as fast as possible, she took off running. While fleeing at full speed, she suddenly ran into the police tape sealing off the area. Just as she tried to escape, a gigantic fireball appeared and shot straight toward her. Izumi shouted, asking if she really thought she could escape this time. Futaba realized she had reached a dead end, as she saw Muguru standing before her, was all alone, and his teammates hadn't arrived yet. She assumed he was merely buying time until his allies showed up, but to her surprise, Muguru boldly declared that he would personally kill her right then and there. Futaba smirked mockingly and challenged whether Muguru was truly confident about facing her alone. She also insisted that there was no way he could defeat her. In response, the villain flew into a rage and screamed at them not to underestimate her, before unleashing a barrage of spells. However, our hero displayed incredible reflexes, dodging every single attack without a scratch. Spotting an elderly woman on the street, Futaba didn't hesitate to aim her magic at the innocent civilian. Relying on pure instinct, Muguru reacted in an instant, turning his back to shield the old woman. A barrage of spells struck and exploded against his back as he held her tightly to protect her. Futaba burst into laughter, mocking Muguru and calling him pathetically naive. As he collapsed to the ground, she declared that the ending was disappointingly dull. Then Muguru realized the villain was reveling in her own triumph until Futaba froze in shock. Muguru was standing right behind her, revealing that the fallen body was only a clone. He declared that the real Muguru was the one standing here. Using the soul mark he had summoned, a copy of himself to deceive her and buy time, the villain became absolutely furious, because no one had ever told her he possessed such a copying ability. Of course, our hero had no obligation to explain anything. He immediately charged straight at Futaba. Muguru rushed toward the villain at incredible speed, while she countered by unleashing a barrage of spells. He summoned countless fireballs, but Futaba blocked them with a magical barrier. He then drew his sword and unleashed a relentless flurry of slashes that came within inches of striking her. However, the enemy skillfully dodged every single attack. Even so, Muguru noticed that after avoiding so many strikes, she was clearly beginning to tire. Seeing that, he decided to launch another assault, knowing his chances of victory had just improved. Right then, Nozomi appeared and ran shoulder to shoulder with Muguru, our reincarnated hero. She suggested setting a trap to corner Futaba from both sides. Ever since touching the mana crystal, the healer had learned a vast number of new abilities, and the spell she had just cast was proof of that. As she slammed her staff into the ground, an enormous surge of energy erupted. Futaba also noticed the two girls approaching. The villain screamed that seeing happy girls like them made her blood boil, and she vowed to wipe them both out. So, she unleashed a barrage of homing explosive spells at Nozomi. The homing magic missiles exploded, but Nozomi protected herself in time and emerged completely unharmed, charging straight through the smoke toward the stunned villain, who couldn't believe she was completely uninjured. Nozomi then slashed with her sword, but it was blocked by Futaba's shield. However, Muguru had already circled behind her to trap her, and Futaba never noticed his presence. Long before this, one of the reasons Nozomi had been chosen to challenge the Sky Dungeon was that besides being a healer, she was also an exceptional high-ranking guardian. Because of that, Nozomi was able to keep advancing without hesitation or fear. At that very moment, Muguru suddenly appeared behind her and delivered a precise slash that struck Futaba's arm. Immediately afterward, Muguru drove a mana-infused punch straight into Futaba's back. The villain was gravely wounded and sent flying by the sheer force of the blow. Even so, Futaba was still alive. Meanwhile, Nozomi and Muguru closed in on her once again. She began to fall into despair, knowing full well that if the battle continued like this, she would certainly die. As much as she hated having to resort to it because it wasn't her style, she realized this was no longer the time to be picky. So she activated the mark on her hand, while our protagonist and his teammates also decided to end the battle once and for all. The moment she activated the mark, pitch-black wings sprouted from her back. The villain effortlessly slipped past Nozomi's attack. At a terrifying speed, the enemy vanished and then reappeared atop a traffic light. After that, she transformed into a fearsome creature with jet-black eyes, razor-sharp claws and enormous wings. Futaba was furious that she had been forced to use a power that made her look so grotesque. Suddenly, she took to the air, hovering above them as she chanted and launched magic missiles toward the two of them, but they were cut down by Izumi, Muguru's blade. Before they could react, Futaba, in her demonic form, charged in with overwhelming hatred, unleashing a barrage of lightning-fast attacks before landing a punch squarely on Nozomi. The blow sent the healer flying a great distance and knocked her unconscious with its tremendous force. Muguru thought to himself that enhancing one's abilities through transformation was one thing, but those wings were the real problem. Our hero had been convinced that he had already turned the tide into a 3-on-1 battle, but after her transformation, they no longer held the upper hand. Realizing this, Muguru knew they had no chance of winning unless he could sever her wings. At that moment, Nozomi regained consciousness and asked how they were supposed to do that. Muguru had no plan, nor did he know whether they even had a chance to pull off such a miracle. Thanks to the soul mark, he now understood how to activate these marks. Activating the soul mark on his hand, Muguru felt that with this newfound power, he could defeat the villain. Muguru knew that if he failed to kill Futaba within 300 seconds, he himself would be the one to die. Even so, that possibility didn't shake his resolve, because he had already seen the path to victory. Through Kana's mark, Kana immediately cast support magic to enhance the strength of both warriors, Muguru and Nozomi. With those buffs and the activated marks, Muguru's spells became significantly more powerful. As she endured the attacks, Futaba wondered just how many marks Muguru possessed. Even so, she confidently defended herself with a magical shield, certain that attacks of that level couldn't so much as scratch her. But the moment she felt the impact, the villain realized that Muguru's marks didn't seem particularly special. Right then, Nozomi caught her off guard by charging in at incredible speed with a full-powered strike. Her teammates, Muguru and Kana, placed their complete trust in Nozomi's assault, as she swung her sword with every ounce of strength she had. However, Nozomi's attack missed. As Futaba skillfully dodged at the last instant, she immediately counterattacked, striking Nozomi squarely in the stomach and sending her flying backward as she began falling from a dangerous height. Without a moment's hesitation, Muguru leaped across the buildings, caught the girl in his arms, saving her and landing safely. Nozomi had only survived the villain's attack. Thanks to Kana's protective barrier, she asked Kana to heal her just in case, then apologized for missing the villain. Izumi. Muguru thanked Nozomi, because he now fully understood Futaba's unique ability. As for the villain, she flew straight toward the building where they were hiding. Although she was somewhat surprised by their attacks, she still sneered, asking if that was truly the best they could do. Muguru thought about the Mark of Hope, which had no side effects, but could only be used once per day. Now, he would have to rely entirely on the Mark of Duty, which he believed would be more than enough. After all, he still had 60 seconds left. He leaped from the rooftop. Feeling that the time to act had come, he dodged Futaba's spells and unleashed a barrage of ice crystals. At last, he poured all his strength into a devastating sword strike, but it was blocked by her magical shield. The two became locked in a fierce clash of power. When Futaba realized she was at a disadvantage, she immediately took to the skies. As long as she kept her distance, she would retain the advantage, so she continued flying higher and higher. As countless spells came flying toward him at once, Muguru, calmly, declared that she wasn't the only one who could fly. Using the power of his mark, he soared from the rooftop to Futaba's altitude, then unleashed a blindingly fast shockwave attack that caught her completely off guard, leaving Futaba unable to dodge. One of her wings was severed, and she began plummeting from the sky, crashing into the ground and suffering devastating injuries. Our protagonist had used anti-gravity magic, a technique that consumed an enormous amount of mana, but proved decisive in that life-or-death moment. He seized the advantage and created an opening, taking the opportunity to leave the villain badly wounded and missing a wing. Now the battle returned to a 3-on-1 situation, with Futaba collapsed and completely unable to fight. The enemy fell into despair, crying and begging them to spare her life. As she wept, she reverted to her original form, sobbing as she pleaded for mercy. Izumi Moguru smirket, pretending he would grant her request. Just as a glimmer of hope appeared in her eyes, our protagonist revealed the truth. He had never intended to spare her. In utter desperation, she swore she would do anything to stay alive and even began taking off her clothes. But our hero wasn't the slightest bit interested in her offer and coldly finished her off, driving his sword straight through the former hero, Futaba's chest, finally completing his revenge. Looking at the mark of duty on his hand, Muguru's vision began to blur, and he felt himself on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. His two teammates, Kana and Nozomi, rushed over to support him, softly telling him that he had done well. Afterward, the trio returned together to the Hunter Association. There, the chairman poured them coffee and apologized for forcing the three of them to fight under such circumstances. However, he also didn't forget to congratulate them on their outstanding performance. After seeing the mana crystal, the chairman suggested that the association keep it. However, Muguru decided that they would keep the crystal themselves. Although the chairman hated to admit it, he would rather trust this young man than that association. Even while sealed, the mana crystal had not lost its power. If the seal were ever broken, countless dungeons would once again descend upon the world. There were only two known ways to break the seal. The first was if Kana voluntarily removed it, and the second was if Kana were killed. However, they had no way of knowing whether other methods might also exist. Keeping the crystal with them was the safest option for now. Moreover, the other hero groups would undoubtedly begin hunting for it. Muguru knew that keeping the crystal would attract countless enemies, and that was exactly what he wanted, because it would ultimately work to his advantage. Nozomi then asked what they should do next. The branch director explained that once a dungeon master was killed, their dungeon would collapse within 2 weeks. If the local hunters couldn't handle it, they would have to clear the area themselves. The thought of facing 2 S-rank dungeons at the same time shocked both Nozomi and Izumi's sister. The branch director concluded that they should first discuss the situation with the local authorities, but for now, they needed to get some rest. Meanwhile, all across the world, the ancient heroes began awakening to the new reality. In Peru, one such hero discovered that Muguru had been reincarnated. At the same time, in Chile, a female ancient hero also learned of Kana's return, while in Egypt, another ancient hero likewise became aware of these events. They all quickly realized Muguru's potential, as well as the terrifying truth that marks could be stolen. The hero in Peru was revealed to be Surumi. He began preparing for his journey, taking his bow and arrows with him. He mapped out a route to Paris, before heading to Tokyo, confidently declaring that he would resolve this entire situation. As for the female hero, she realized that the stone being mentioned was actually the mana crystal. although she considered Hidaka completely useless. In a way, he had actually saved her the trouble of searching for the crystal. Everyone had also noticed that Muguru could use Masubara's mark, and the question of how he accomplished that remained a mystery. The woman noted that they had set Soroxi aside, and Surumi had surely realized that as well. Before long, she decided to take a route from London straight to Tokyo. 4 days later, in Tokyo, she finally arrived, and found it strange that a spell had been cast to keep people away from the area. Suddenly, a massive explosion came hurtling toward her, but she blocked it with her magical shield. The explosion had been caused by a golden arrow fired by Surumi. She had anticipated his presence, but Surumi had also happened to discover that she was heading to Tokyo, so he had followed her all the way. He remarked that this greeting was rather rude after so many years apart. The archer activated the mark on his hand and unleashed a rain of arrows, declaring that sooner or later they would have to kill each other despite once being comrades. Using the hero's mark, he launched a direct magical assault. Although it was merely magic enhanced by the mark, its terrifying speed and the overwhelming number of arrows made the situation incredibly dangerous. In response, the female mage activated the Mark of Wisdom to unleash her ultimate grand spell, draining mana from the dragon vein and nature itself. She gathered all that power into a gigantic fireball. She hurled the enormous mass of energy toward the archer. He tried to stop the attack with a few arrows, but quickly realized that resisting such an absurd spell was hopeless. He immediately fled the scene. Just as the spell struck the spot where he had been standing, everything exploded, unleashing terrifying destructive power. She realized Surumi possessed far greater agility than she did, and concluded that in a one-on-one fight, neither of them would win easily. It was still far too early to predict the outcome of this battle, but suddenly, the archer sprouted a pair of radiant wings. Drawing upon the Saint Mark, he manifested enormous wings, along with a grotesque demonic form. After activating them, he soared through the sky while charging up a gigantic glowing arrow, then fired it with the force of thunder. The arrow erupted with overwhelming energy and pierced the female mage's shoulder, leaving her in excruciating pain. As her body convulsed from the lightning, the archer seemed satisfied with his attack, and decided to withdraw from the battle, flying away, leaving the female mage seething with hatred. She swore that she would never forgive him. Meanwhile, elsewhere, our protagonist, Muguru, was asking who had cleared the newly appeared dungeons. Kana pointed out that the call was referring to the dungeons once controlled by Hidaka and Futaba. It seemed that Surumi and Kawasaki were the ones responsible for clearing those dungeons. There was also suspicion that they were after the inheritance mark. Nozomi added that photos showing Muguru wielding Masubara's mark had already spread across the internet. No matter what, this hero had grown much stronger, so they decided to share everything they knew with everyone. Muguru then recalled what had happened on the first floor of the Sky Dungeon in his previous life. Back then, he had asked Kawasaki to take things more seriously, but she had acted reluctant and couldn't be bothered to try, even though her magic was incredibly powerful, and she believed everyone else should clear the way, so she could stand back and cast spells. However, Muguru only asked her to cooperate with the team a little more, a request that wasn't unreasonable at all. Instead, she blamed Kana, saying, the girl did nothing except stand beside the protagonist and was completely useless to the team. Izumi, hearing that, made him absolutely furious. While they were discussing Surumi, a knock suddenly echoed at the door late that night. To everyone's surprise, Surumi himself was standing outside Muguru's house. He greeted them. It's been a long time. Without hesitation, Muguru demanded to know why he was there, then immediately drew his sword and attacked, refusing to waste the element of surprise. Meanwhile, the girls thought it might just be another fan of Muguru, since he had become incredibly famous. After the live broadcast, he even had an enthusiastic fan club full of girls. Kana stood up, deciding to see who would be knocking so late at night, and Nozomi went with her. As they stepped outside, they found the protagonist locked in a fierce battle with the archer. They immediately recognized the former hero archer, who had once been a member of the 6-person hero party hundreds of years ago. Surumi then spoke up, saying he hadn't come here to fight Muguru and begged him to stop. The protagonist halted his attack, keeping the tip of his sword at Surumi's throat as he demanded to know his true purpose. The archer revealed that he had discovered Muguru was a reincarnated hero and had come to apologize for what happened 100 years ago. Muguru didn't believe the apology and suspected he had ulterior motives. He demanded to know whether Tsurumi was trying to lower his guard before launching a sneak attack. To Izumi, the former hero had gone far beyond forgiveness, and his crimes could never be erased with a simple apology. When Izumi told him to repent in the afterlife, Muguru prepared to strike once more. Even with Izumi's divine blade aimed at him, Tsurumi shouted at the top of his lungs, insisting that he had opposed the other's crimes until the very end. However, he admitted that he had been forced into it. If he had stepped in to protect Muguru and his sister, he would have been killed as well, so he had no other choice. Kana immediately stepped in to stop Izumi and asked him to give Tsurumi a chance, at least to hear him out. Moved by her words, Muguru decided to give him that chance and lowered his sword. They sat down to talk, and Izumi asked the archer why he had come. Tsurumi replied that he had come to apologize for abandoning the siblings and standing by as they were murdered. As a hero, he should have been a role model for others. Instead, he had committed an unforgivable sin, he admitted. That claiming he had been threatened was a pathetic excuse, and that was why he was here, ready to take responsibility for everything that had happened to them. Muguru rose to his feet and declared that it was time for Tsurumi to pay for his crimes. The archer argued that killing him now wouldn't change anything. Izumi agreed, but admitted it would at least give him some peace of mind. Besides, it would remove another threat hanging over Kana, his little sister. He thought quietly that even if he killed Tsurumi, Kawasaki, and Shirashi, there would still be other heroes, some even stronger than this archer. For that very reason, Tsurumi did not ask for forgiveness. Instead, he offered to help Izumi get his revenge, promising to reveal everything about the other heroes and do whatever was necessary. Once everything was over, Izumi could deal with him however he wished. Whether he lived or died would be entirely Izumi's decision. Izumi. Muguru then drew his sword and declared that he would execute the former hero right here. Tsurumi was terrified, but the blade never came down. Muguru had only been testing whether he could truly be trusted as an ally. That meant he had decided to trust Tsurumi, though not completely, and accepted his proposal. For Tsurumi, that was more than enough. He promised to prove through honorable actions that his words were not empty promises. The following day, he would accompany them to the Hunter Association to share everything he knew. The archer nodded in agreement. A little later, the girls asked Izumi how much of Tsurumi's story he actually believed. The protagonist replied that, at the very least, Tsurumi genuinely wanted to defeat the other heroes. As for what he might do afterward, that remained unknown. But as long as their goals were aligned, everything would be fine. Nozomi was surprised by Muguru's unusual composure. He explained that Tsurumi simply wasn't strong enough to make him wary. After exchanging only a few blows, Muguru had already realized that his own stats completely surpassed the archer's. Even if Tsurumi betrayed him, he could still kill him in an instant. It was that absolute confidence that allowed Izumi, Muguru to remain so calm. Meanwhile, inside a D-rank dungeon, a giant scorpion charged at a hunter with its pincers raised. That hunter was being empowered by his pink-haired girlfriend named Minami, and landed a finishing blow that killed the giant purple scorpion. The two lovers, deeply devoted to each other, left the dungeon just in time for dinner. He planned to propose to Minami after the meal. As he nervously gathered his courage, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. Kawasaki appeared, remarking that clearing a D-rank dungeon with only 2 people wasn't bad at all. She said the man had passed her test, but Minami had failed it. The man grew irritated by the mage's sudden appearance, having no idea what nonsense she was talking about. A moment later, Kawasaki activated the Mark of Wisdom and ordered him to become her puppet. Under her control, Kakeru immediately began obeying the woman's commands. Minami was left completely stunned. Under Kawasaki's magic, Kakeru slowly stood up and began cursing the woman he loved. Kawasaki then ordered Kakeru to kill his pink-haired girlfriend with his own hands. His mind completely overwhelmed by Kawasaki's magic, he obediently obeyed and drove his sword through his girlfriend's chest. The former hero longed to acquire 3 more puppets like this to control at will. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, Izumi Muguru brought Tsurumi to meet the chairman. Muguru asked the chairman to trust him, assuring him that no matter what happened, he would deal with it immediately. The chairman understood the situation and decided to leave the matter entirely in Izumi's hands. Our hero then made it clear that he was only using the archer because he still had value, and that he had absolutely not forgiven the crimes he committed 100 years ago. After that, he asked Tsurumi to reveal everything he knew. Izumi hoped Kawasaki and Shirashi still didn't know Tsurumi had joined their side. so the archer could act as a double agent and use the opportunity to bring them down. However, the archer seemed uneasy about something he had forgotten to tell them. Kawasaki had already anticipated this. The revelation angered the chairman, and Tsurumi quickly explained that he had recently fought her. He had wanted to bring back proof for Izumi to show he wasn't lying, but she managed to escape. Even so, she still didn't know that Tsurumi and Muguru had joined forces. Now, with the advantage of 4 against 1, they would have a much better chance of winning. But Kana still warned them that they absolutely must not let their guard down. Muguru then asked the chairman to investigate the female mage's whereabouts, but the archer Tsurumi immediately spoke up, saying that wouldn't be necessary. He explained that Kawasaki's mana still lingered on his wound, allowing them to pinpoint her exact location. The only thing left was choosing the right moment to strike, so they decided to make their move the next day. Although some thought that was too slow, Muguru reminded them that Nozomi was busy today, and it would be rude to make her cancel her plans with her friends. Tsurumi completely agreed, because Muguru's plan was the most sensible one. The archer then revealed more about Kawasaki's terrifying abilities, emphasizing that the longer they waited, the more dangerous she would become. He revealed that her unique skill was magical hypnosis, which allowed her to control people like mindless puppets. At the same time, inside a B-rank dungeon, Nozomi and her friends were locked in a brutal battle against a giant orc. With support magic from the entire team, Nozomi, the pink-haired girl, dashed behind the enemy. However, the orc noticed her approach and immediately counterattacked, but Nozomi easily blocked the blow with her shield without taking any damage. In a split second, the monster took a devastating strike to its back, before the girl finished it off by cleaving its body in two. Just like that, they successfully cleared the B-rank dungeon. Her two friends, Hikari and Sakura, couldn't hide their amazement at her overwhelming strength, because clearing a B-rank dungeon had always been an incredibly difficult challenge for them. Nozomi was thrilled, since it had been so long since the team fought side by side, her heart filled with indescribable joy. Her friends also realized that she had grown tremendously and become much stronger. They were delighted to be fighting together again, and Nozomi wanted to fully enjoy this moment, setting aside all of today's worries. Just then, Kawasaki suddenly appeared, slowly applauding the three of them for clearing the B-rank dungeon. She then praised them for their impressive accomplishment. Standing behind her were 4 men under hypnosis with lifeless eyes. Nozomi immediately recognized Kawasaki Masato and was stunned by her sudden appearance. The arrogant mage declared that Nozomi's 2 friends had both failed the test. Only she had passed, and would now become her greatest prize. Nozomi frowned in confusion and asked Kawasaki what she meant by failed and greatest prize. Kawasaki smirked and replied that she meant exactly what she said. She would use her magical hypnosis to make Nozomi the newest addition to her collection. The 3 of them finally understood the situation, realizing those men had all been genuine hunters, but were now nothing more than puppets under her magic. Faced with this threat, Nozomi ordered Hikari and Sakura to run immediately, because the 3 of them had no chance of defeating Kawasaki. They had to inform Izumi, Muguru as quickly as possible and get help. However, Kawasaki declared that Nozomi was the only one she wanted. She then activated her mark and tried to hypnotize her. Nozomi struggled to resist the spell, but the effort caused a splitting headache. She fought back with every ounce of mental strength she had. Yet inside her mind, she began seeing vivid hallucinations. She saw visions of her friends, accusing her of betrayal and envying her position. However, Nozomi realized something was wrong, and continued resisting the spell, because she knew it was all a lie. The voices of her friends deep within her heart helped her remain conscious, and the young woman successfully broke free from the hypnosis. Kawasaki was stunned. She believed it was impossible because her hypnosis mark had never failed before. This only reinforced her belief that Nozomi would make the perfect prize. Realizing this was the perfect opportunity to strike, all 3 charged straight at the female mage. The villain then revealed that her magic worked far more effectively whenever she touched her target's head. She immediately rushed toward Nozomi and placed her hand on her head. The young woman instantly collapsed, still fighting against the spell. Nozomi shouted for her friends to run away from her immediately. The sorceress then ordered the young woman to kill her own friends. Struggling desperately against the hypnosis spell, Nozomi tearfully pleaded once again for Hikari and Sakura to run away. The sorceress realized the process was taking much longer than she had expected. Hikari and Sakura apologized, promising they would come back to save her. At that very moment, the pink-haired girl was completely consumed by the hypnosis, and her expression changed instantly. Her friends then ran as fast as they could to Muguru's house to seek help immediately. Muguru noticed that Nozomi was missing and demanded to know what had happened. The girls entered his house and explained that Kawasaki had kidnapped Nozomi. Then Tsurumi Yakumo, one of the 6 heroes, stepped forward and announced that he would work with them. The girls were completely shocked. Even after, Muguru explained that there was a reason for it. Tsurumi, the archer, explained that their friend being hypnotized by Kawasaki was an extremely serious problem. The protagonist asked whether there was any way to break the spell. Tsurumi sadly replied that there wasn't. However, he revealed that he had a plan, and that the key to solving this problem was Muguru himself. After all, he knew that Muguru possessed copy magic, and because of his jobless class, he wasn't restricted in how he could use magic. However, Muguru couldn't copy the power of the marks that all of them possessed. Even if he understood how they worked, he could only dispel a spell if he fully understood its underlying mechanism. Tsurumi explained that only the original caster could normally cancel the hypnosis magic. What they needed to focus on now was overriding her spell. As for Muguru, he couldn't do that without fully understanding its mechanics. Therefore, they first had to uncover exactly how the hypnosis spell worked. The archer then confidently declared that he had not spent hundreds of years doing nothing, and that he knew exactly how to accomplish this. To prove it, he pulled out several images of Kawasaki's mark of wisdom. Muguru reflected on the vast amount of knowledge he had just absorbed regarding Kawasaki's magic. The depth of it genuinely impressed him. With all the information and details now available, Izumi finally felt ready to act. After 3 hours of intense research, he finally understood how the spell worked. Even so, he knew the only way to be certain was to test it himself. The fear of what might happen if he failed weighed heavily on him, because with this kind of magic, even a single mistake could have fatal consequences. At that moment, Nozomi's friends bravely stepped forward and asked Muguru to test the spell on them. Even Kana volunteered to help save her friend. As for Tsurumi, he was certain that a battle with Kawasaki was now unavoidable, and they couldn't afford to lose their healer. Muguru realized he would need his sister's help when the time came to face the sorceress. He then ordered everyone to get ready, because the plan would begin immediately. After realizing that the mechanism behind the hypnosis spell was surprisingly simple, Muguru decided to test it on one of the girls. The spell worked by lowering the target's awareness through their mana pathways, then implanting a command. The command forced the victim to become an obedient servant. The moment the command took hold, Hikari collapsed in panic, clutching her head in agony. The protagonist realized that he had failed to cast the spell properly, and had only caused the girl unnecessary pain. Even though he fully understood the theory, he still couldn't cast the spell accurately, but he knew it was only a matter of practice. Hikari firmly insisted that she would endure as many attempts as it took until he succeeded. Sakura then volunteered to be the next test subject to help Muguru perfect the spell. Seeing that they had made up their minds, he agreed to continue. An hour later, Muguru tirelessly kept casting the spell with the command to force someone into becoming his servant. At last, the spell successfully took effect on the white-haired girl, Kana, who was overjoyed, because she had always believed her brother would succeed. Muguru finally dispelled the spell by commanding the target to free herself. Now that he knew the spell worked, he prepared to find Nozomi and free her from the hypnosis. Meanwhile, in Shizuku, the group of hypnotized hunters was heading toward another dungeon. Kawasaki watched them, wondering if any other valuable prizes were waiting to be collected. Suddenly, a spell shot straight toward her, and the loyal Nozomi stepped forward to shield her. The spell stopped against the young woman's shield, revealing that it had been cast by Muguru. Kawasaki smiled with delight because Akabeni, Muguru, had finally appeared. She realized he had come alone, and asked if he had come for revenge. However, it was only Izumi's decoy, part of a plan he had devised with the others, as part of their strategy, to use a clone as a distraction while he overwrote the spell on Nozomi. Saving her was their top priority, far more important than revenge, and Muguru had perfected the technique. There was no way he would fail now. The moment she turned her back to look at the clone, he cast the hypnosis spell to seize control back. The spell struck his friend, but to everyone's shock, the magic suddenly vanished. At that very instant, Kawasaki realized that Muguru's real body had been hidden all along. Muguru explained to Tsurumi that his magic had disappeared, Before he could even reach Nozomi, there was no time to figure out what had happened. Muguru and the archer, Tsurumi, immediately readied their weapons for battle. Kawasaki noticed the archer's presence and realized he was helping Muguru. However, she declared that the reason he had sided with Izumi has nothing to do with any of this. The witch warned that Muguru was being deceived, reminding him that Tsurumi had once claimed he deeply regretted everything. The archer immediately told Muguru to ignore her, because she was only trying to drive them apart. Just then, Kawasaki ordered her hypnotized followers to attack everyone. The expendable pawns unleashed spells toward Muguru, but he easily dodged them. A sword-wielding hunter charged at him from behind, and he barely managed to block the attack in time. Muguru didn't know how he should fight them. After all, they were merely being controlled. He knew the situation was becoming increasingly complicated, and it only got worse when Nozomi charged in. While blocking her sword, he desperately tried to snap her out of the hypnosis, shouting that he was standing right in front of her. He begged her to wake up, but Tsurumi interrupted and said it was useless, because she couldn't hear a single word right now. The mage Kawasaki realized they knew each other and mockingly remarked that it was quite the ridiculous coincidence. Tsurumi said they could deal with the hypnosis later, but for now, they had to take down the controlled hunters first. That sounded easy enough, but fending off Nozomi's attacks was the hardest part of the battle. Even while hypnotized, she hadn't lost her memories and still knew all of Muguru's abilities and fighting style. She forced him into a direct clash of strength, and at that very moment, a fireball came hurtling straight toward him. Muguru dodged it, and Nozomi seized the opportunity to circle around his flank, swinging her blade directly at Izumi. His allies began to panic. The archer rushed in to help, throwing himself in front of the attack, and taking the pink-haired girl's slash in Muguru's place. Muguru was completely stunned to see Tsurumi sacrifice himself for the team, gasping for breath. Tsurumi said his body had simply moved on its own, but at least he had prevented a fatal blow. He added that perhaps now, Izumi would finally believe his words. Then he immediately lost consciousness. At that moment, Muguru ordered Kana to heal the archer at once. Using her exceptional healing skills, Kana successfully treated Tsurumi and saved his life. At that moment, Muguru realized that he had lost his composure earlier. Then, he realized that aside from Nozomi, not a single one of the controlled hunters was a real threat. When a sword-wielding hunter charged at him, Muguru sent him flying with a perfectly timed kick. After assessing the situation, Muguru concluded that if they split into two groups, they could eliminate the weaker enemies first. So his clone took down one of the weaker hunters. Muguru announced that only 3 enemies remained. However, the female mage interrupted, saying Muguru had yet to witness the true adrenaline flowing through the veins of her servants. She explained that although humans normally suppress their true strength, under the effects of hypnosis, they could unleash every bit of that hidden power. At that very moment, the hunter who had just been defeated began growing stronger, his muscles swelling to a terrifying degree. Faced with this transformation, Muguru couldn't believe this was the strength of an ordinary human. The very same hunter now possessed a massive, powerful body and charged straight at him, burning with murderous fury. As Muguru blocked the attack, he realized that the previously weak hunter had become unbelievably powerful. However, just as the man prepared a second strike, he suddenly began coughing up a thick, yellowish fluid. Without warning, his body weakened dramatically, and the other controlled hunters began showing the same symptoms. Kawasaki sneered that those servants were utterly worthless. She then emphasized that Nozomi was the only truly exceptional one because she was still standing. Muguru grew worried, knowing the young woman had her limits, and was still pushing herself to endure. The female mage then taunted him, saying that if he loved her that much, he should hand over the mana crystal, because she knew he was keeping it. Without the slightest hesitation, Muguru declared that it would never happen, and that he would kill her to save his friend. The mage replied that he still hadn't realized how dire the situation truly was. Then she ordered her female servant to kill him. At that very moment, the servant threw down her shield and charged at Muguru with a deadly sword strike. As he blocked it, the protagonist wondered why the hypnosis had no effect on her. Unable to find the answer, he had no choice but to focus on defending himself against his friend's relentless attacks. At one point, Nozomi grabbed Muguru's arm and tried to drive her sword into his stomach. Muguru softly apologized to his friend, then cast a spell directly at her face. However, the spell didn't even leave a scratch. That was strange, because at that distance, it should have seriously injured her. This anomaly made Muguru realize there had to be another reason behind Nozomi's unusual strength. He considered a different approach. A possibility flashed through his mind, and he lunged forward. Grabbing the girl's arm tightly, he concluded that there had to be an invisible barrier blocking his magic, just another one of Kawasaki's familiar tricks. Now that the mystery had been solved, defeating her would be simple. Stepping closer, he directly overwrote the magical barrier, touched Nozomi's forehead, and commanded her to wake up. Nozomi accepted the command. The spell dissolved, and she collapsed unconscious for a few seconds. Then she regained consciousness, with her original awareness cradled in her friend's arms, and assured him that she was fine. She knew that later Muguru would explain everything that had happened. The female mage looked stunned, unable to believe such a thing was possible. Tsurumi saw that the spell had worked, and knew it was finally time to defeat Kawasaki. Now, the team had regained the support of the pink-haired girl, sword and shield in hand. However, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, dropping her weapon as her body could no longer move. Muguru explained that it was because her body had been completely exhausted by the spell. She had pushed her power far beyond its limits. Her body had been forced to perform past its breaking point, which could result in severe injuries. Ordering the young woman to rest for now, Muguru and Tsurumi decided to handle the situation themselves. Muguru asked Kana to take care of Nozomi while the two of them fought. Nozomi's friends also came over to help her recover. After losing all of her servants, the mage stopped playing around and finally began fighting. With complete seriousness, the archer, Tsurumi, warned his ally, Muguru, to be careful of Kawasaki's mark. Hovering high in the air, the woman activated the Mark of Wisdom, allowing her to borrow magic from the surrounding environment. By absorbing the mana overflowing from the dragon vein, she could steal energy from nearby dungeons and claim it all for herself. She unleashed an overwhelmingly powerful spell, firing an immense sphere of destructive energy. She declared that she was no longer the same mage she used to be. The spell came crashing toward both of them with overwhelming force, but Kana summoned a protective barrier just in time to save them. The barrier shattered, however, and they were forced to retreat to avoid the blast. Muguru realized that he couldn't land even a single attack on the female mage. Feeling completely superior, she ordered him to hand over the mana crystal. Muguru lured her away from the gate, while pretending that surrendering was the wisest choice. She said he should have done that from the beginning. But Muguru challenged her instead, telling her to come and take it because he would never hand it over. Seeing Muguru's determination, she vowed to make him suffer a fate even worse than death. She fired an incredibly fast spell straight at him, but Muguru instantly dodged to the side. Her mark was far stronger than the one belonging to Masubara's or Hidaka's. As she unleashed a barrage of spells, Muguru explained that Kawasaki's mark had limitations proportional to its immense power. Its greatest weakness was that without a nearby dungeon connected to a dragon vein, the effectiveness of her magic would drop dramatically. For that reason, a dungeon gate had appeared directly behind her. The woman stared in shock, muttering that this was insane. Even so, she admitted that her power existed only because of the dungeon behind her. As Muguru dodged Kawasaki's relentless barrage of powerful spells, he asked what would happen if the dungeon sustaining her power disappeared. That B-rank dungeon would normally take at least 20 minutes for ordinary Japanese hunters to clear. However, at that very moment, all of the hunters under Kawasaki's control poured out of the gate, making the situation even more complicated. 3 hours earlier, Muguru and Tsurumi had devised a plan to rescue Nozomi. Realizing the terrain worked heavily against them, Tsurumi had explained how Kawasaki's mark worked an ability that seemed almost limitless and terrifyingly powerful. Even so, Muguru knew that without the dungeon, Kawasaki would lose her power. He then asked the branch director whether there were any hunters capable of clearing a B-rank dungeon within 15 minutes. The branch director was stunned, replying that only an A-rank hunter could accomplish that, and they wouldn't arrive for another 30 minutes. When Tsurumi realized Muguru intended to cut off Kawasaki's lifeline, he asked what they should do if she tried to escape. But Muguru was convinced that if they attacked the moment the dungeon disappeared, everything would fall into place. Even if they couldn't defeat her, they could still bring their friend back safely. So they decided to put the plan into motion. Back in the present, the hunters arrived 5 minutes late, but still managed to clear the dungeon within the required time. Muguru immediately pointed his sword at the female mage, declaring that now that she no longer had her mark's power, she had better start being afraid. Panicking, Kawasaki frantically wondered what she should do, until she desperately cast one final spell. That feeble attack was effortlessly split in two by Muguru's sword. The woman collapsed to the ground, completely helpless, and he coldly asked whether she was finally out of tricks. Terrified beyond words, the female mage hoped he wouldn't hold a grudge over what had happened hundreds of years ago. The reincarnated hero didn't even bother to answer. Firmly gripping his sword, radiating killing intent, he walked toward her. The woman begged him to stop, arguing that if Tsurumi had been forgiven, then she deserved the same. Ignoring every word, Muguru drove his sword through her back, ending her life. With her death, another part of Muguru's revenge was finally complete, and Kawasaki became the fourth hero to fall. Nozomi's friends let out sighs of relief, and repeatedly thanked Muguru for saving their dearest friend. Izumi then explained that part of the reason Nozomi had been saved was because of their actions as well. But Muguru interrupted, saying he hadn't acted for their sake, but because Nozomi was someone precious to him, he had gone to find her himself. Driven by his determination to save her, Nozomi's friends admitted they couldn't have accomplished anything on their own, and thanked him once again. They also added that Nozomi was overjoyed to hear Muguru say she was important to him. The young woman was deeply embarrassed, yet her heart overflowed with happiness because of his words. Tsurumi then asked Muguru if he would allow him to continue helping with his revenge, since the only heroes still remaining were himself and Shirashi. Muguru replied that if Tsurumi was willing to devote his strength to the cause, then of course he would accept his help. After seeing the archer risk his life for him, Muguru realized he had misjudged the man. Even so, he still hadn't completely forgiven what Tsurumi had done in the past, and admitted that after defeating Shirashi, he still didn't know what fate awaited. Tsurumi. Muguru admitted he had only said that because it was convenient, but Tsurumi was overjoyed that he hadn't been rejected. He then asked Muguru to let him know the moment Shirashi's whereabouts were discovered. After the incident, Muguru, Kana, and Izumi returned home together. Kana worriedly invited Nozomi to stay with them. The young woman blushed and hesitated, but Kana kept insisting, explaining that Nozomi was completely exhausted, and there was no way they could leave her alone. Muguru agreed, saying their home had room for one more person, and warmly invited her to stay. Even after hearing those words, the pink-haired girl still felt reluctant. Izumi noticed the situation and stepped in, saying that although they might seem a little pushy, Nozomi's injuries were far too severe, so it would be best for her to stay close to Kana, so she could continue receiving treatment. Kana, Muguru's younger sister, also pointed out that the fact Nozomi could still move at all was a miracle. Muguru and Kana gently urged Nozomi to get some proper rest. Meanwhile, in Shizuku, Shirashi arrived at the place where Hidaka and Futaba had been killed, determined to find the hunter who had done this and seize the mana crystal. In a dark monologue, he reflected that in this world, there were things that could never be obtained, with money or power, status, honor, or even love. To him, true value lay in knowledge, and he would become the one who possessed all power and all knowledge, a true god. Just then, a little girl who had been watching him asked if he was okay. The former hero seemed captivated by the adorable child. As a sinister smile spread across his face, noticing there was no one else around, he said he was delighted to have found someone as special as her. He then invited the little girl to play with him, and the innocent child invited him to her home. Shirashi promised he wouldn't hurt her, but moments later, the former hero murdered the little girl, gazing at the heart, which he believed held the secret to human life and the truth of the world. Shirashi smeared the victim's blood across his body, but still felt it wasn't enough. The following day, Kana completely healed her friend. When the protagonist realized Nozomi had fully recovered, and all of her strength had returned, he understood just how extraordinary his little sister truly was. Nozomi beamed with joy, because she finally felt ready to fight again. Nozomi asked Muguru if he had seen today's news about the mysterious murder case. The moment they turned on the TV to watch the news, the protagonist immediately received an urgent call from his superior. The emergency report revealed that Shirashi had entered the country the day before. Our protagonist was utterly shocked. The branch chief then informed him about the incident currently being broadcast on TV. While watching the report on the murder case, the head of the Hunter Association immediately placed the blame on Shirashi and declared they had already confirmed that he was the real culprit. The protagonist immediately asked for the enemy's location. The branch chief didn't hesitate to send the coordinates to Izumi, Muguru declared that he would track the enemy down and deal with him immediately. He called Surumi, explaining the urgency of discussing Shirashi. The archer understood Izumi's overwhelming emotions, urged him to stay calm and suggested that it wasn't too late to come up with a strategy before confronting the enemy. When Surumi arrived in person, he warned that their chances of defeating Shirashi in a direct fight right now were extremely slim. He explained that the former hero was on an entirely different level from Kawasaki and every enemy they had faced before. The archer asked whether Muguru still remembered the Shirashi from hundreds of years ago. A memory from Akabani's past resurfaced. Muguru's memories of the first floor of the Sky Dungeon came flooding back. Back then, the hero had been thrilled after discovering the crystallized stone, wearing the same deranged look in his eyes as he did now. At the time, Masubara warned that the dungeon belonged to the nation and advised the former hero not to steal its treasure. However, Shirashi merely sneered, treating it like some kind of treasure hunt, and sarcastically asked whether anyone was bothered by what he was doing. Even Futaba found his obsession incredibly disturbing. Surumi revealed that they only realized Shirashi's obsession extended to humans after Muguru's death. He asked whether the protagonist wanted to hear what the former hero had done to everyone, but Izumi refused and instead asked why Shirashi was so powerful. The archer explained that the enemy's greatest strength was his complete disregard for life, even his own, which made him extraordinarily dangerous, because he fought without caring whether he lived or died. On top of that, Shirashi possessed the Knight's Mark, which dramatically enhanced his strength, granting him the twin holy swords, Excalibur, which unleashed 100% of his potential, and Escalong, which prevented his body from collapsing. Surumi concluded that Shirashi had no real weakness other than his defense, and firmly stated that Muguru would lose if he fought him as he was now. Our hero understood just how terrifying Shirashi truly was, and began devising a strategy when he suddenly received another call. Realizing it was the Hunter Association branch chief again, he heard the man desperately pleading for him to stay calm, because something terrible had happened. The Hunter Association had been attacked, and the man was now being held hostage by the villain, Shirashi. Hokuto snatched the phone from the branch chief's hand. He introduced himself, and upon learning that the protagonist possessed the mana crystal, he ordered him to bring it to the association immediately, declaring that he would be waiting on the rooftop. After subduing every hunter inside the building, Izumi fell into despair, as the enemy delivered an ultimatum: if he didn't bring the mana crystal within 15 minutes, every hostage would be executed. Apologizing to the archer, the protagonist declared that there was no time left, and they would head straight to the Hunter Association. Surumi decided to go with them, reminding him that Muguru couldn't defeat Shirashi as he was now, but there was still a way to avoid defeat. The archer then shared an idea for how they could survive a battle against the former hero. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association, the villain never expected to find Muguru so easily. He sneered that the old man had proven surprisingly useful, but the branch chief called him out, declaring that Shirashi would never obtain the mana crystals. No matter how confident or skilled he was, Izumi wasn't weak enough to lose to him. Shirashi thought everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned, but he would soon realize he was walking on thin ice. When the branch chief threatened him, Shirashi only laughed and knocked him down with a brutal kick. The leader who had placed all his faith in the protagonist, he admitted that among all the hunters he had ever seen, Muguru stood on an entirely different level, the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. 10 minutes later, the protagonist and his companions arrived within the allotted time. The villain asked whether he had brought the crystal. Our hero immediately pulled the magical treasure from a spatial gate. The protagonist demanded that Shirashi release the hostages before he handed it over. At that moment, the villain drew his sword and began cutting the ropes binding the hunters. They immediately fled the scene. The association chief was freed and asked whether Izumi, Muguru, truly intended to hand over the crystal. The reincarnated hero replied that he would never do that, and told him to leave the rest to their team. Shirashi lost his patience, demanding that he hand over the crystal, but the protagonist called him a fool, creating countless magic portals above the enemy's head, and declaring that, of course they wouldn't come here without a plan. Now that they knew his exact location, Izumi Muguru explained that spells could be prepared in advance before unleashing a torrential storm of elemental magic upon his former enemy, Shirashi. In response, Shirashi swung his swords, declaring that he would never fall for such an obvious trap. Determined to teach the man he considered a foolish Hero a lesson, Shirashi, declared that attack was always the best form of defense. With twin swords in hand, he began slicing through Izumi's spells, neutralizing every attack before mockingly asking if that was all Meguru was capable of. In response, Meguru slashed at him, but Shirashi deftly dodged. After the missed strike, the hero followed up with a powerful downward slash. Thus began an intense sword fight as both attacked and defended with equally masterful skill. The enemy's abilities far exceeded Muguru's expectations. Faced with that reality, he decided to activate one of his marks, creating a clone of himself. Meguru then declared that the real battle had only just begun. Shirashi immediately replied, saying that even against two swordsmen, he could still fight them both, making that strategy completely useless. However, Shirashi failed to anticipate the arrival of a third fighter. Suddenly, Nozomi descended from above, her blade barely grazing his body by inches. Beside her, Tsurumi appeared as well, drawing his bow and knocking a powerful arrow radiating immense mana. Tsurumi fired a rapid volley of arrows. Several of them struck Shirashi as he desperately tried to evade them. Immediately afterward, Meguru lunged in with a lightning-fast thrust, trying to pierce him with his sword. However, the enemy deflected the attack and effortlessly pulled the arrows embedded in his body free. Even after suffering heavy damage, Shirashi's agility hadn't diminished in the slightest. To make matters even worse, his swords possessed an insane regenerative ability. Only then did Meguru realize that Shirashi's mana was increasing exponentially, awakening a hidden potential that was rapidly amplifying his magical power. Shirashi had now broken free from every restraint, no longer limited in how he used his divine calling. For the next 300 seconds, he declared that he would unleash everything he had, fighting with his full power. Activating his divine calling, Shirashi launched a massive fireball to burn Meguru to ashes. However, the hero found the attack far too predictable and dodged it without the slightest difficulty.